We should be live now, production. You can cue the show, production. We should be live now.
Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing.
Please like, share, subscribe.
Educational or personal use tips the balance in favor of
Got a big show tonight. Like, share, subscribe. Let's fill it up.
What have you? You know what I mean?
I have a feeling about this.
I mean, enjoy.
Hey, it's Camille.
And Haley.
And we've just written a new song for our wonderful police. This is called
Back the Blue.
Yeah.
Brand new. Here we go.
I'm excited about this.
Who's gonna be there for you 24/7, even holidays? Our Minutemen up to date. Police departments take no breaks. Who's gonna stand for justice? Running toward the bullets when we call.
Like, share, subscribe.
Risk it all, and we never know their names. 911.
So my playlist. Is it shit? I like pull it up next to the guys.
It's time we defend and remind them. We will always stand beside you.
We gon' back the blue. When you get pulled over.
Who are these men and women dressed up in the line of fire each day? Someone's dad,
Change the game.
someone's mom, someone's daughter, someone's son. What makes them fight for strangers? Holding up the laws that keep us safe, keeping peace in our streets. Always one phone call away. 911, it's an emergency.
Emergency.
Fighting for you and for me. Don't give up. It's time we
Innocent
defend and remind them. We will pray and stand behind you. We go back to my father always told me, show them respect. Look
right.
in their eyes, shake their hand,
Sir.
and say thank you.
Thank you. You paid my salary.
Thank you for all that you've done. 911, it's an emergency. Wake up, they're fighting for you and for me. Don't give up. It's time we defend and remind them. We will always stand beside you. We will pray and stand behind you. We will back the blue. We will back the blue. We will
I'm
back
gonna pull up to your crib, Self, next time I'm in shop and be in a rental car.
Thank you so much.
You know, I can't believe I let that play all the way through.
That's the spirit of Saint in you. Can you imagine?
Man. I can't believe I let that play all the way through.
Oh, come on. I mean, come on, Self. You can scratch that off your bucket list. You got to see two Karens give it, play it all out there. Man,
Yeah, wow.
Self, I be pulled up at the lights.
Hold on, man.
Like, share, subscribe.
You dance radio said black these blue balls. Say you a fool
today.
Pull up with this play.
Hey, I mean, I just thought that'd make everybody feel better. Now, you guys, please type in your commentary. We'll get to it as the show moves on. Please let us know. Thumbs that up. You can go check it out yourself or thumb it down. I mean, we don't believe in censorship. So, every artist, as they are, deserves the right to speak their own truth unless you're a rapper. Because now the courts have said that they can use rap music against you in a criminal case. But that's another show.
2 Florida police officers are facing scrutiny for pulling over Aramis Ayala, who happens to be the first black state attorney elected in Florida history. This body camera footage posted by the Orlando Police Department is making the rounds on social media. This happened in June. Take a look.
What agency you with?
I'm the state attorney.
Second. All right. Thank you. Your tag didn't come back. Never seen that before. I'm sorry?
Like, share, subscribe.
Yeah. We're good now.
So it was.
We ran the tag. I've never seen
Yeah,
it
Mark
before. A
Daniels
Florida
in the
tag. It's
building.
never come back to anything before. So that's the reason for the stop.
What was the tag run for?
I'm sorry?
What was the tag run for?
Oh, we run tags all the time, whether it's at traffic lights and that sort of stuff. That's how we figure out if, cars are stolen and that sort of thing. Also,
the wrong one.
the windows were really
Going
dark.
back to blue.
I don't have a tint measurer, but that's another reason for the stop.
Do you guys have cards on here?
Yeah, 1 second. Actually, this isn't my car, but I can write my name down if you'd like.
Got the wrong one, race soldier. He pulled over his boss.
1, 5, 7. Ready?
Profiled his boss.
There you are.
Oh boy. Look at him clearing his throat.
Have a good day.
The Florida prosecutor is currently in a dispute with Florida Governor Rick Scott over his decision to remove her from 24 murder cases after she announced she would not seek the death penalty for a suspect accused of killing a police officer.
Self Luv Show. We start in 1 minute. We start in 1 minute. Please like, share, subscribe. Please like, share, subscribe. Hit that thumbs up. Thumbs up.
And even
Please
in
hit
this
that thumbs
instance,
up.
if I could be a service to a 9-year-old girl or a 19-year-old woman or girl who wants to be a woman, is to really remember that self-love is the best way that you can receive love from anybody else, because it's coming from you. A lot of times we forget that. We look externally for this love. We look externally for this feeling of validation and adoration and approval, and it has to come from within.
Like, share, subscribe. We got a big one. We got a big one. Do they have silverback? Where is the bookie? Bookie. Is silverback and not be a member of DNC? Because I'm not a member of that shit.
This is your last chance. After this, there is no turning back. You
We're
take
gonna
the blue
unpack
pill,
it.
the story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want. You take the red pill. You stay in Wonderland. And I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
It's your last chance, Goofy.
Remember, all I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
You want to ruin his life. He's just trying to. Lay down there with your hand out. Lay down there with your hand out. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Be like my ancestors did here in this country. Hey, we work for it. We work for everything. My ancestors work. Work. They'd have been playing that on every plantation. Big ups. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. I'd be remiss if I didn't say, get your shit together, jackass. We got to get our vision on. Self-love. Vision. Wow. I'm just a kid from Chicago. Apparently, everyone is not from Chicago. Fancy that. welcome, welcome, welcome to Chi-Town's very own, the Self Love Show, where our motto, as always, is on earth as it is in heaven, and as above, so below. We can be found right here on YouTube's channel, Malcolm exclusively on YouTube right now. We're Malcolm exclusively on YouTube right now. All you got to do is look up This Ain't That Network, because this ain't that. You know, if you thought you was pulling up Fox and get that kind of narrative, this ain't that. In fact, you're liable to get blocked. And if you're an adult and you thought this was CNN because you're watching that all day and night, that's where you get all your source of information. This ain't that. And don't label me a conspiracy theorist. That whole term was created by the spooks. Lessons, not lectures. So, we are This Ain't That Network. We're not Ms. NBC. We are TATN. TATN.
You muted.
And this is your co-host, 9 Mills, also known as Self Love. And I'm just a kid from Chicago. And big ups to my man Scooter Chose, who we got coming in the building week after next, I believe it is. He's going to sit with us. Big ups on him for this beautiful intellectual property. What down, Chi-Town, what down. Repeat after me. I am greater than my excuse. I am greater than my excuse. I am greater than my excuse. Today is Tuesday, 4/27/2021. And y'all could be any place in this magnanimous universe. And thankfully, you all chose to be here together. Here together. What down, self-love, what you manifesting today, broski?
Love. Man, you know me. I'm manifesting love. What you manifesting? Self?
Hey, man, as always and forever, always, forever. Love, bro. Pure, magnificent, magnanimous, pure, unfiltered, the highest vibratory, charitable, forgiving love, bro. That's what was vibrating today, famo. So yes, sir. What's going on in your neck, man? What's going on in your neck, fam?
Man, the weather, bro. I wonder what's gonna go down because 80 today, bro.
Oh, y'all got up to 80?
Yeah, man.
Man, it was
the
nicer.
Only place in the world, man. It could be 70s early in 1 week, and then it snows for 2 days, and then less than a week it's 80. Like, man, it's whirlwind. It's a whirlwind.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Only place in the world that kind of temperature change. I mean, the Arctics have that, but it won't get up to 80. You know, you'll be talking about going from 0 to negative 80. But yeah, that's wild, man. Hey, but today, good brother, huh? So, man, today, what's to be expected? So, we have an executive in the building and someone that managed to use education to get himself propped up to where he is. So, so today, we're going to touch on early life in the boogie. Get down, boogie, oogie, oogie. Yeah, get down, boogie, oogie. That's the East Boogie. That's East St. Louis. For anyone who doesn't know, East St. Louis has very strong ties, shy ties. It's just weird how, we'll get into it. Also, as I mentioned a moment ago, how he used, what tool he used to reach the heights that he's at. Was it religion? Was it education? Combination? Was it, family, ancestor? Did he use family values? Oh, family values, religion. Are you talking about family values and religion? Oh, my goodness. We're gonna skim across the proprietary More Growth and Development program. We're gonna ask him his opinion on one or two of our tenets, as always. We're gonna discuss with him. Is it time? Is it time for us to maybe have our own political party? Black party? I know they're out there. Is it time? Is it time for us to join? Or should we just, call ourselves silverbacks and move how we move? We're also going to discuss logistics, because if anyone knows anything about logistics, here's a word. All of a sudden that became a thing. Logistics. All right. Logistics. Y'all like the sound of that. You've heard it. It's a tween. All right. So if anybody's going to talk logistics, and we all need logistics, this is your man. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to jump into the nang. And then, of course, my personal favorite part, and I suggest you guys stay to the end, because we're going to get not Tory's final words. We're going to have Wordsmith's final words.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's going to be a beautiful thing. It's going to be a great conversation. Let's get busy, unpack it.
Man. And before we unpack that, just a brief announcements. We had our More Realty Growth and Development, More Flipping, Flipping More.
Yeah.
We had that scheduled for tomorrow. I'm sure you guys may have seen the promo right here on TATN. It's where we're producing that top quality uncut content. Due to scheduling conflict, that's been postponed, unfortunately. Really looking forward to that. Getting that information out there, because I need a place to put my money.
Man.
All this sage money. Once I stop, burning sage all day, I'm gonna have to put that money somewhere, right?
Yeah, might as well put it somewhere where it can grow.
Yeah, and then I can get back to burning. And then we got maybe lessons, not lectures. And keep your gavel at your house. If you're looking at me and you're judging, if you're not at home, that's where your gavel should be. If you're out, where should the gavel be if they're out and about? The gavel.
Right up the rectum.
Right in your rectum. And this guy who we're sitting with, his ship is a rectum specialist. Hopefully we can sit with him somewhere down the specialist and down it, and we'll find out. We'll ask him. We'll have a question for him. What would that gavel do up there, rectum? He'd have an answer. And then mouthpiece included, gentlemen. Mouthpiece included. That's Thursday. That show is picking up traction. That is on Thursdays, every Thursdays, right here on
TATN. TATN. TATN.
So we got mouthpiece included. And so, guard your grill, knuckle up. Don't forget to bring your mouthpiece. Because this week we're talking about Negroes in baseball. We'll talk about the history of it, lack thereof, et cetera, et cetera. So these are great topics. If you're trying to get your boy or your daughter into softball or baseball or something like that, then and if these girls can play football now, right? Strap it up, put on the mouthpiece, play full contact football. My boy should be able to go out there and play softball against those girls and rip them third base. You guys type in the chat. If you agree with me, type a 3. Now, and lastly, 194 more subs into our next, this is a 13-tier thought experiment, this show. It's literally a thought experiment. This is a movement, people, So the first tier has been achieved. Self Love's going to get psychologically digressed by a professional what?
Regressed by a hypnotist.
Regress by a professional rapper. And he's from the South Side of Chicago. This guy's a professional rapper. Signed contract. Yeah. Yeah. So you're going to get yourself digressed by a professional rapper and a hypnotist.
Regress.
Oh, yeah. Regress. Digress. And so that was the first step. And so we're going to show you guys the next step. Myself, my lovely wife, my better half, the earth, right? We're going to, jump out of an airplane, all right? Some people call it skydiving because we will put the backpacks with the nylon and stuff and tandem drive with a professional, tandem jump with a professional. We will do that. Once we get to 194 more subscribers, Self Love, how much does it cost to subscribe?
Oh, it's absolutely free. 99. Free 99. Does not cost you one dime.
Free 99 won't cost you a dime. Tonight, the phone lines will open up in the second half of the show. That number's 424-900-6945. That number's completely and totally
toll free. Troll free.
100% troll free. Tolls will apply.
Yeah.
We ain't paying for nothing over here.
Nah.
But we've been waiting for our first troll. All right.
His trolls get holes over here, bro.
That's right. Trolls tend to go home with that gavel shoved right up their foot.
Rectum. Can we say rectum? I guess we can.
Yeah, we can
say proper
rectum.
word, right?
We can say rectum. So that is those were the announcements. I don't know if you had anything to add to that, Self Love, or any birthdays or anything I'm overlooking. Oh, ATL.
Yeah.
Yeah, your boys.
Yeah. A happy anniversary to Captain Ship above the law.
Yeah.
Man.
30
years.
Your
30
boys.
years.
You put your professional reputation and face that felonious activity to manufacture those guys. As much as I love you, I don't answer questions.
30 years.
Huh? No, you don't want to talk about it. It's been 30 years. It's safe. Yeah. You put your all right. Nobody talks about it. I can't. It's a cabal, and they already say.
That's still rich, you know what I mean? Not to worry about that out there.
Hey, but no, but you're right. Congratulations.
There's my guys. Yes, I was the dean of pledges. Those are my guys.
And you did a great job, and those are some great guys, and they are, riding that achievement train all the way. They riding that achievement train all the way back to the River Jordan. Yeah,
yes,
all right, so big ups and a yo. And also, so if you cats are out here, you know anything about logistics, maybe you're from the boogie, right? We want to hear from you. You can type in the chat if you're into logistics, or maybe you're from the boogie. Also, if you're not from the boogie and you're out here in the chat, where are you from? If you're a noob, type yo. We want to make sure that, your fingers are still, working in concert with your what?
Mind.
Yes. Your fingers are still working in concert with your mind.
That's right. Okay. We, as in me and Nine, but it's just me speaking right now. I need you to subscribe, hit the bell, share far and wide. I need your help to grow the Self Love Nation. We must all do our part. Remember, I talk about the science of self. We are, all one, and we are all cells of the Creator. We need you to do your part. It's a blessing. We got a little housekeeping to take care of and a couple of very important videos. But before that, the Self Love Show quote of the day. First, do what is necessary. Next, do what is possible. Then, do the impossible. First, do what's necessary. Next, do what's possible. What is possible. Then, do the impossible. unknown author. Like, share, subscribe.
In entering upon this course of instruction, each of you should, so far as possible, lay aside for the time being all previous theories and beliefs. By so doing, you will be saved the trouble of trying all the way through the show to put, quote, new wine into old wineskins, end quote. Luke chapter 5, verse 37. If there's anything as we proceed which you don't understand or agree with, just let it lie passively in your mind until you have enjoyed the entire
We're live.
show.
We got Mark Daniels. Please like, share, subscribe.
Would at first arouse antagonism and discussion will be clear and easily accepted a little farther on. After the show is over, if you wish to return to your old beliefs and ways of living, you are at perfect liberty to do so. But for the time being, be willing to become as a little child, for said the Master in spiritual things, quote, except ye become as little children, ye shall in no wise enter into the kingdom of heaven, end quote. Matthew chapter 18, verse 3. If at times there seems to be repetition, please remember, the Self Luv Show is a lesson.
Lessons, not lectures. Keep that guy. Just keep that gavel at the crib.
Silverback More Growth and Development Platform. Number 1, repair our nation via reparation. We demand our silver back. Number 2, to connect our breadwinners with our activists. And 3, show an accurate depiction of African American Chi-Town. 4, shine a light on positive influence. 5, heal our community one person at a time. 6, to provide an unfiltered platform for our influencers. 7, recycle the black dollar. 8, to provide mentors for the mentorless. 9,
Absolutely. 9.
close the gap between us and our pink kinsmen.
I raised them. I made them. I did this and that. Make another one. Raise one more. Just want to say big ups to ATL once again. Happy anniversary, a cap-anniversary to you cats. Keep achieving, keep achieving. Bro, yo, your boys. But man, Dr. Coney, let's get to that.
Man.
Huh?
Magnanimous. That
guy went from Lindblom to Beta to Avid, you know what I mean, to sitting in a wine cellar with, you know what I mean? I don't think those were $6, $7 bottles of wine. What are the odds of that?
The odds are pretty high that not a bottle in there costs $6 or $7. Not one. Probably not $20. Boy, that brother's that's a.
So he's not resorting to some of the college things. Take the good bottles and pour out that and pour cheap stuff. Put the cork back in there and pop it back in there and there. Nah, he doesn't have the time for that.
Not at all.
Hey, yo, to Dr. Coney, if y'all missed that,
you gotta go check that one. That was beautiful.
Facts. Check that brother out. Check that show out as well. He is a world premiere ophthalmologist, and he's doing the damn thing. He said he can train me to do what he does. I'm
That's
on
what
my
he said.
way.
And he like, man,
scalpel, blunt. You know what I mean? This guy, You're like, come on, stat. And I'm sitting there like, you know what I'm saying? Self, honey, you know? Sage, I need the sage. No, indica. You know what I mean? And this guy's trying to save somebody's life. I'm in there trying to smoke and watch, but big ups. Hey, yo to Brow Spite. He said, what's up, Ship? And that's for Tori. And then he said, Mills. And yo, brother Spite. He said, yes, the statute of limitations has run on that. Yes, self-love. You really dean of pledges. And well, I don't want to say more because I'm working on being more classy, especially in a live environment. Yes. And then we got William. Yeah, we got William Banks. Big up, William Banks. Thanks for your support. He says, I know about the pink slip. What's that referring to, Self? We've been talking a lot. I know about the pink slip. Come on. Hey, William Banks, give us some clarity.
Get fired out there. I don't know.
Yeah, we were talking about something. Oh, we got my former suite mate. I think you might know this guy, Willie Campbell. Huh?
Another Ship.
We were in college at that house, and his room was right in the next. We shared a wall.
Ooh.
Oh,
those walls can talk.
Oh man, if those walls could talk, me and that guy would have personally got a sledgehammer and personally knocked that wall down on the way out of there. In fact, the more I think about it, we might want to do that. But Chili Willie, yo, nope. And then let's see, Chill said, yo, Ship, and that's to you. William Banks said it's all good. We making it happen. He said, well, we have to stop killing each other. And that's absolutely true. We're not only that, we're going to stop killing each other, William Banks. Yep. We are going to stop. And you think these N-words would run out of N-words to kill. Right?
Man, listen. Something crazy going on. But it's a whole lot of programming, and we have to change the programming. We have to be the programmer.
Absolutely. But, we've got a guest tonight, and so we want to get the guests involved. So before we do that, Self, I want to ask you, did you hear about the pink lady? She gave a new meaning to the term Uber Eats.
No.
Well,
Not at all.
Okay, well, I know you're staying plugged. Well, production, let's go ahead and get that rolling whenever you get a chance. And you guys, please like, share, subscribe, share this link, and hit the thumbs up. That tricks the algorithm.
I'm seeking out psychologists because it really was emotionally traumatizing for me.
That Uber driver says he was scratched, strangled, and bitten by his passenger. And today, he shared details about his horrifying experience exclusively with
should lock her mama up.
Christine McClarty joins us live from Pinellas County. You could tell he is still shaken, that driver, Christine.
What? Bit him.
He really is.
Savages.
He says the whole 10-minute experience will stay with him for life. He says that he was in the driver's seat of the Uber when the passenger sitting right behind him.
If she was a black woman, that would have been all over the world.
Oh, man, it'd been hate crime, everything.
Yeah.
22-year-old
Watch how they spend this.
says around 5 o'clock Saturday night.
Look at this shit.
To a ride request in front of Cask Social Kitchen in
He getting
Tampa.
choked out by old bro.
For my mother. Can you please get her home safe?
Hassie Jr. says 55-year-old Michelle Stillwell was asleep.
I don't
most
think
of
I'm
the
letting.
ride
I would let
until a few
people sit
blocks from
behind
her
me in the
home
Uber. You got to sit on the other side if it's one person.
Screaming some curse words at me.
Man, they're not gonna
me in
grab
my
you.
face.
Screaming,
They
my
know the
daughter,
goofies do this
while
shit too.
scratching, strangling, and biting him. Deputies
Whoa!
say Stillwell was intoxicated.
It's
She tried to cannibalize
reliving a horror movie.
He wants to know why. We went to Stillwell's home for answers.
Uh-oh.
Big question, why the attack happened on Saturday? No answer.
Uber.
You see how the neighbors ain't all out there in the street talking?
Not done a single thing.
Hassie
You see
Jr.
that?
says he's called Uber and is disappointed that no one has reached
She'd
out.
been in a
The
hospital.
Side reached out on his behalf.
If she was in my Uber, she would have been in the hospital on her deathbed.
Described is disturbing.
And they would have spent it.
Any kind is not
Oh, they would have
tolerated
spent
on
it
the
too.
Uber app, and we
Uber driver
immediately
attacks.
removed the rider
Overreacts.
as soon as this was reported to us.
My biggest takeaway is I'd stay away from Uber.
He mad at
welder
Uber.
by trade, Hassie Jr. says for him, driving Uber isn't worth the extra cash.
That's almost looks staged.
Yeah, the pictures really made it look that way.
Until you saw that bite out his neck. A human
Yeah,
bite itself, that's the
man,
worst. A
yeah.
primate bite?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's
how painful
crazy.
that had to be?
That's crazy, man.
God forgive me, I vibrate love, but I promise you, we would have both been in a hospital that day.
Hey, Well, yeah, after the bite, yeah, she definitely would have been in the hospital. You know, you got to protect yourself at all times, and ain't no way around that.
Yeah, man. And she was saying something about her daughter or something. Like she was having a dream. Like this lady's a nurse, bro. Like yeah. Like maybe she just woke up and had a crazy dream. And you know, a lot of these people on those pills, bro.
Man,
Yeah,
that's
bro.
crazy, man.
Brow said guaranteed infection. And yeah, and somebody said they would have knocked her ass out. Hey, my boy William Banks said he in Brooklyn. Brooklyn Zoo.
Okay,
Shane,
that's what's up.
You just dirty bastard. Brooklyn Zoo. It's just there's some real ones out in Brooklyn, man. You know, we don't say that a lot from the Chi, do we? That's where they had welcome back. Enough of my nonsense stuff. They're not here for that. We have a guest, so if production can start rolling the promo video we made for this brother, and you guys can check that promo video out right here on TATN.
If he were made to realize how black people really feel and how fed up we are without that old compromising sweet talk. Stop sweet talking. Tell him how you feel. Tell him what kind of hell you've been catching, and let him know that if he's not ready to clean his house up, if he's not ready to clean his house up, he shouldn't have a house. It should catch on fire and burn down.
All right, so yeah, we got my brother, my big brother in the building. My big brother from another mother. Y'all wake up too. He didn't start out in the Chi, but you see, he did earn his math degree.
We have
which I did not know.
We both cover world
Beta.
news, local news.
That's University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign.
They use
Beta.
sellouts and coons.
Yo.
We use silverbacks.
He's currently a FedEx facilities manager. So he's managing the joint. Free thinker. Father. Husband. Christian. This man even runs marathons. And according to our co-host, he's a black Republican. So, let's get him in here.
Say that.
All right, well, there's some banter. We'll get it cleared up. And if you guys in the chat can please put the electronic hands in there. You know, you search the circle. So let's get this brother's camera going. You search the circle, and you put those electronic hands. You type hands in there and put the hands in there so we can applaud them. And I'll get this brother's going here. I hope he's not having. All right, there we go.
Yes, sir, Brother Daniels. Welcome to the Self Love Show. I have most definitely been looking forward to this conversation. Uh-oh. We had.
Oh, he's probably trying to use that Bluetooth. Hold on, bro. We can't hear you, man. So if you're using your Bluetooth, it's not working. Your Bluetooth is not working. So you may have to resort back to whatever you had going on when we did the tech. No big worries. This guy, he's the captain of Kamikaze Death Squad. He's a 1 club. Me and Self Love, we're 3 clubs. So
yes, sir.
Yeah, this guy's his captain. There's some hands in there for Omni Overseer, another 3 club. He said,
Yes,
yo,
sir.
brother Mark Daniels. And yeah, it's coming in now, Noop. Yep, it sure is.
Yeah, Noop, thank you for doing this. And as Tori said, we've been looking forward to this. But Brother Daniels, before you go into that, as you may know, because you're a friend of the show, we do all of the plugs here. And if there's anything you need to add at the end or at any moment, do step up and add that to what we're doing here. So as I said, this brother is the facility manager at a FedEx location. I'm not going to give it out. If he wants to give it out, he can. But they are currently seeking snow removal, COVID-19 cleanup, handyman services, welders, and fabrication. So this would be the guy. You sitting around in your butt, you know what I mean? Trying to figure out your next, gold teethus you're going to put in your mouth. And here's a way you could do it besides smacking somebody over the head and selling bags of poison. You could talk to this man right here who's currently seeking snow removal, COVID-19 cleanup. I'm sure you can get trained and learn how to do that or find a company that does it. He's looking for handyman services. I mean, come on. Welders and fabrication. You can contact this silverback at mark.daniels@fedex.com. Again, it's mark.daniels@fedex.com. So here we go, bro. Did you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, that's some good opportunities for, some young brothers out there looking for a good job. It's funny how we took the trades out of so many of the high schools, but in fact, those are the guys that's making lots of money out there working with their hands. So if you got anybody that fits that description, let me know. And it was funny you guys brought up that Love and Hate. Remember that school? What was that? What was that movie? Do the Right Thing. Remember that?
Yeah.
With the radio Raheem.
Yeah.
Love, hate.
Oh, that's
love,
Do Right Thing.
Hate.
He's talking about that duality.
You guys are too young for that movie, though. You probably was just like in diapers when that was coming out.
This guy thinks he's much older than us. I mean, I know we weren't on the yard together much, you know what I mean? But
Nope, I remember it. I remember that part. Radio Raheem. We used to call one of our guys him Ace.
Yeah.
Ace. Yeah. So, hey, so Noop, what we do in the first part, we just try to, get over the early life, take maybe 15 minutes or so to cover that. Just to kind of give any young silverbacks who are out there going through it right now, maybe some hope. Hope is a word I hate. But people seem to like it, so I'll use it. Now, here we go, because this ain't about me. Here we go. So my first question is, when and where were you born? So if you can give us a time frame.
I was born in East St. Well, actually, I want to say Centerville, which is sort of near East St. Louis. But as people would say, it's all East St. Louis. But actually, I was born in a town called Centerville, which is near East St. Louis. And so born in 1967. So East St. Louis, 67.
Okay. And then, so East St. Louis, if for y'all who don't know, it's on the other side of the river from the big city of St. Louis. So that's where the East Boogie, and you might hear us say the East Boogie or the Boogie. So just know moving forward, if I say that, I'm referring to East St. Louis, but unless he has a problem with it, because I know I don't like cats saying Chirac. So I don't know if the Boogie feels that way.
No.
Okay.
Feel no disrespect.
Yeah. Because some of us don't like that Chirac. So, but maybe because we didn't name it. You know what I mean? Like, well, we named it, they stole it. So, all right. So let's get to the next question. Let's see here. Give us give us an idea of what it was like being raised, like, were the houses in shambles? What was it like coming up at that time, in the Boogie in general, but in your community in particular?
It's funny that, when you hear about East St. Louis and all the things that, the negative side of the city, and there is a lot of negative about the city. But it's interesting. Growing up, you never felt that way. I stayed in an area that was, I would say it would be more agricultural and urban. Everybody has some type of farm or some type of ability to grow their own food, even though we were right, a few miles from St. Louis. So, it never felt urban, and it never felt unsafe. It always just felt like, a good place to live. I never really felt that it was poor. even though we did not have a lot of money by any stretch of the imagination, we didn't take vacations. You know, my dad didn't buy a new car every so often. You know, we always wore clothes from secondhand. You know, and we just never. But I never felt poor. They never, ever, ever felt like you were lacking, and that was the key. That my dad, I credit my dad to that, and my mom. But you just never felt like you needed anything. We had everything that we needed. You know, I was the youngest of five kids. I have a twin sister, and you know, it was a good life. I never ever felt lacking for anything. A lot of love, a lot of support, and just a just a wonderful. I wouldn't change anything. If I had to go back somebody said, would I change it to live in a big house or a fancy neighborhood? You know, I wouldn't change a thing about my childhood.
Yeah, one of the pictures in your promo video I saw, it was a trinity of such, and so I'll you know say how I feel about stuff, and it's up for you guys to just process the information. Um, it's a trinity. To me, that was a trinity. It was a particular picture with you, your mom, and your dad, and you just mentioned some of your elders. So can you kind of go into discuss your elders, ancestors, how they interacted with you, the types of foundational lessons that you were learning that should be, passed forward, and maybe you're passing it forward to your own kids and stuff?
Yeah, one thing you saw were a lot of good men that worked hard. That between my father and his brothers and my grandfather and his brothers, you always just saw men that worked hard. They didn't ask for anything. They didn't beg for any handouts. They just actually got a job and just worked at that job and raised their family. So that was a good model to see. Good strong black men and just striving to do for their families. And that's what I saw growing up. My brother, my brothers and I, we all should probably share the same feeling. My dad built his own house. His brother built his own house. My granddad built his own house with their hands. And the wives were raising the kids and providing discipline and support. It all just worked together, and we just had so many examples of that. I can go to my uncles and see the same thing. His brothers just always working hard. They weren't at work. They were at home with their families. If they were not at home with their families, they were doing things with the neighbors and just having a good sense of community. So I grew up looking at that. I grew up looking at men with rough hands, soft hearts, big spirits, and that's what I tried to pattern my own life after. Now, I could never come close to any of those men, but I tell you, like my dad's brother went to the Korean War at 15. He decided that that's what he needed to do. He begged his mom to let him go. I'm not sure if it was even legal for him to do that, but he went.
No, it wasn't. But a lot of people were lying, and what do you call them? The recruiters knew, but it was a war.
It was a war, right? Some blacks were getting into the Korean War because Truman had
So America, when we got our gavels and we're talking about how those other nations got those young boys running around out there, right, fighting. Guess what? We had those young boys running around out there fighting too.
We did.
How are the interactions, if any, with non-blacks? I would say, like, for instance, maybe Native Americans, Hispanics or Latinx or Jewish or even pinks. And let me just talk about the designation, because Self Luv and I, we have a lot of white supporters. If you guys take the time to look up the definition of the word white, you're going to find out that race soldiers and white supremacy won't qualify. So we call those people pink. And I think when they wear those sheets, they should paint those sheets pink, and it would be a lot more entertaining for cats like me. But any interactions with non-blacks, Native Americans, Latinx, Jewish, or pinks or white people up until like age 9, something like that?
Yeah, it's funny when you mention that, because my high school was like 99.9% black. My grade school, junior high, city, we never, I could say that I had very little interaction with white folks. And that's interesting. Even though we stayed near St. Louis, we were always told, not to go to St. Louis. Even the smaller cities around East St. Louis, like Belleville and some of the other, Belleville, Caseyville, Eversville. It was kind of like a no black land, basically. Not to, need not go there. That was always kind of the attitude when I was growing up in East St. Louis. It was probably fear from my parents, but they instilled that in us, and we believed it. So we never ventured far and wide from East St. Louis. At least I did not. So it was very few, very, very little interaction. I probably didn't start, seeing white folks until I got to high school, really. So interesting phenomenon that is. You saw them in the movies, right? You saw them on TV. You saw them in the books.
But they weren't like teachers, or were they the teachers or law enforcement? They just weren't around in your area,
Wasn't around. I had maybe a few white teachers, but for the most part, most everybody was black.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that. That'll give you a time frame, because this is good for history.
And that's the 80s, right? That's the 70s and the 80s. It's kind of strange to say that, but that is what this reality was,
Yes, sir. I did some research on the boogie in preparation for this, and also in preparation for the interview we did with Dennis Stallings. I think, and I'm not going to go into it now, but I think I can understand why your parents, your elders, they had a reason for that hesitancy of dealing with pink people. And we'll get into that in another segment. Who was the first United States president that you can remember as a boy? And what was the chatter coming from, the elders about that president, from what you remember?
I would say as a boy, probably the first one that I remember, I would have to say would have to be Jimmy Carter. Although I know that, Lyndon Johnson. Well, no, I'll take that back. Not Jimmy Carter. I would probably have to say Nixon would probably be the first president.
Tricky Dick. Okay, so what were the elders saying about Tricky Dick?
Well, Nixon was a son of a gun. He wasn't too kind to black people, as far as we can understand. And he was a shrewd president for sure. Sneaky, smart, definitely smart, but smart people can make bad mistakes. And so yeah, that was probably be Nixon would be the one that I remember when he resigned. I can remember the television being on about that. I remember when he was pardoned by his vice president. So I guess that would be the one that stands out the most. Would be Nixon.
Tricky Dick.
Yes.
Okay. How many times, if any, can you remember hearing the Ghetto Street Symphony outside growing up, or maybe driving around the community, meaning yak, 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 doom, 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 yak, yak. And then you always hear some poor smut. Yeah, don't you? Yeah. So, was that going on during those times?
I don't know. That's a good one. I had to think about that one. I don't recall. Interesting. So did you have that when you were a youngster? Yeah,
Well,
I'm trying to think.
Me personally, I don't answer questions, but you're my big brother. I'll be honest with you. When I was a youngster on the South Side, I mainly lived on the South Side, but my grandparents owned a building on the West Side and a church, so all of their business was over there. And there was times when I would spend a summer out west, or I stayed with them for different personal reasons in the family for like maybe a year or two. So I was out west. So to answer that question, oh my God, it was going down I was in the Lawndale area, and it was like South Shore in the 90s, bro. And this was back in 80, 78, 79. I remember Qualls used to spend the night, and he was from the hundreds, and his dad was PD. And he would be like, wow. And it was funny that at some point that same thing started happening on the South Side. But on the West Side, it seems like they got a stranglehold of it. They ran out of people to just keep shooting like crazy. But on the South Side, they just keep doing it. But so to answer your question, I didn't hear it like that out South, but I did hear it out West. And I heard it in like 78, and it was crazy. What about you, Self?
I did not hear it as a child.
Yeah. I remember, and that's how Mike and them were. They would come to my house just to come back to school to tell the kids on Hyde Park. Like he lived in a war zone.
I mean,
Yeah.
none.
To the point where your mom would tell you you got to get down out the window, or like we had to jump on the ground like we were living in a war zone when the shooting started. So
Yeah, it's just weird how we grew up. I grew up, like I said, in this little town. I mean, Centerville was his own little area basically. It was more agricultural feel to it. So man, I didn't really, it's funny. I didn't really even saw any of that. It's such a strange situation. It's almost like going back in a strange little wonderland town of, black folks. It's interesting, but I did not.
well, and let's just real quick here. We got a little housekeeping, and if anybody who doesn't know, who may have arrived late, big ups. Thanks for the support. We're sitting here with Mark Daniels, and he is currently a FedEx facilities manager. And so we're breaking down his story right now. We're talking about early life in the East Boogie, East St. Louis, Illinois, for how it was coming up being a black boy, he was a boy, a black boy in that time. He is the facility manager at FedEx. He's currently seeking snow removal, also COVID-19 cleanup, also handyman services, also welders and fabrication. So write this down. If you know anybody who does this or who can do this, write it down and take action. It's mark.daniels@fedex.com. All right. It's all common spelling. So I just wanted to pause there, and you guys please like, share, subscribe, hit that thumbs up. It's going to trick the algorithm. The algorithm is a dancer, and this is great content, if I do say so myself. So what we're going to do is get more people in here, and we're going to get younger ones in here as well. Self Love, I'm going to throw it to you. Did you have a question for this brother?
So your parents, you speak about the men, where they were very intent on education.
I would say that it's funny how, like, when we think about our school and college and high school, I've been really involved in my kids' education. But I would say it's see, this is the thing. I don't think back then you had like a playbook where you like, and there's a book written on this and that. Because my parents never really came to like parent teacher day. I'm not even sure we even had anything like that back then. So basically, it was just expected. It was expected to do well in school. It was something that was never really praised very much. It was just expected that you will go to school and you will get good grades, and no teacher will give us any issue with you. It was just it was just that way. Not that my dad was some crazy disciplinarian, because he was not, but he was not to be messed with. But I think my dad probably gave me one spanking my entire life. And the thing is, you just didn't want to disappoint. I think that's what it was. It was sheer out of respect that you just didn't want to disappoint. And I think that was more hurtful than anything to disappoint, your family.
Bro,
That was the key.
Man.
Bro, can you remember hearing your family, like your mom or dad on the phone talking to an aunt or uncle talking about something you did, man? Like you'd be like, man, you already beat me or whatever, you already disciplined me, but yes, that shame of having them even telling other people, yes, that meant a lot. And that, yeah.
You know what that boy did? He was out there.
Yeah, it's like, man, you're gonna tell and they be telling everybody they call.
Are you just calling everybody in the phone book? Yeah, that boy.
Yeah,
man, that boy.
Yeah,
like, oh my God.
But the difference was they would tell you about the accountability though. And I made that boy go in and apologize, and I beat that boy, and I made that boy pay for it out of his allowance money, and I made that boy, clean up that lady's yard. It was everything was lessons to be learned that built community, so that later on in life, Self-Love didn't feel like he can put a blick to that lady's head and take everything from her. In fact, Self-Love would tell those other kids, no, you're not taking that from that lady, because I broke her window out when I was a kid, and she's a great person. But let's move on. when did you, or now I know you left the boogie and, education and stuff. So, but when did you get a sense from what you just described of your hometown turning a little different? Like, people were looking at you differently. The mean mugs, the community wasn't there. So in other words, what Self Love likes to say is when they remove the word neighbor from the word neighborhood. When did you get a sense of that, bro? Give me a year, man.
I got a sense of that when I got to high school. When I got to high school and I left,
What year was that?
that was 1980. I started the ninth grade in 1980.
Mm-hmm.
So and then I went to East St. Louis Senior High School in 1981. So I was in East St. Louis, the high school started in the 10th grade. You got junior high. So I went to Martin Luther King Junior High, and then I went to East St. Louis Senior High School. And I think that's when, I probably felt a little bit of that because at the time, the public school system in East St. Louis was always in some kind of disarray. You had the folks from the state are always intertwined in the running of the school in some way. At some point, the state took over our school because it just was not being ran very well, at least according to some of the state officials. So that's when I really started seeing, the little difference in between, the haves and the have-nots, and the black and white issues. I think I've finally started to see a little bit of that. And then when you went away, like I was really into science, and I would go away to these science fairs all over the country when I was in high school. And so I would go to, Cleveland. First time I went to Cleveland, I would go to San Diego. First time I ever went to San Diego, I went to Chicago. And then you would be around all these other students and they would say, where are you from? Where are you from? I'm from East St. Louis. Ooh, that's when you got you get a real sense of man, is that a
Yeah,
bad
because like
place?
right around 82, 83,
Right.
they were saying that East St. Louis was the worst place in America. And I'm like, wait a minute, have they been over here? But they were saying per capita. But go ahead. Sorry to cut you off.
Right.
But yeah,
No, you
yep,
good.
you're right.
You good. You good. It was like, man, so did you play football? I was like, no, I didn't play football.
Did you run track?
Track? You run track? No, were you in the band? I was in the band, but no, that's not.
You must be folks then.
Right. So, boy,
or
that's
brother,
when you
rather.
get it,
Yeah.
So then you kind of talk a little different. You got that different way of saying, bar, bar. You have to, they can sense that, and that's when it started to hit me. Must be a little something to this area. Must be a little something different. But I didn't let it bother me to the point where it stifled me, but it definitely did. Cause some pause, cause some interlooking as to where I'm really from and what that really means. So, because of course,
So it sounds like you were already older when things started to sour a bit, and then getting around the time heading towards college. So you'd have been older than, I guess, some of those guys. Is this just from your point of view, or my understanding of your point of view? Because everybody's going to have a different point of view. I'm sure there's going to be somebody from the boogie and be like, "Oh, hell no, it was cracking back in '76." It just depends on your lifestyle.
No doubt.
It depends on your lifestyle to an extent too. But who do you credit though for getting you safely to the U of I once you got to the point where the men of Kappa Alpha Psi could then take you in their bosom and protect you from the world? Who do you credit for that?
Who do I credit? I credit some good. I won't say good, but I credit some counselors in high school to that. I had some good teachers. It was a good college preparatory program at Eastside. So getting into that was good. But I would say the most important person that I would have to say would, it would probably be my dad. I mean, I would say, he was always saying, there's bigger things for you. And I'm not sitting here saying that I'm some big time major success or anything, but I would say that it was my dad's work ethic, and it was my dad pushing me to finally, hey, there's more to this world than just here. I know because my dad could have been anything if he wanted to be at a different time. But so basically I would have to credit it to my dad. Just saying, there's more here. There's more here. You can do other things. So, go for it. I want you to continue to move forward. And so it was my dad pushing me when I would, when I would get down or whatever, or I feel like I couldn't do something. It was always him. He was my baseball coach at the Jackie Robinson Corey League in East St. Louis. So he was the baseball coach. He was my biggest cheerleader. So I have to credit it to him.
Hey man, big ups, big ups. I know, big ups to Father Daniels. I know you mentioned, you're running, and he's one of the reasons why you do your running. What did your dad do for a living? Like
He was a truck driver. He was a truck driver. He was a Teamsters truck driver. Is what he
so
was.
did he go like across the country, or did he stay in the region?
Yeah, he went across. He went across the country,
Ah,
across the state. He would do a little bit of everything. He did the truck driver for over 40 years. Yeah.
so he had his own truck, or he drove for
He
people?
eventually did have his own truck, but he drove for a company most of that time. Yeah.
Wow. And then how about your mom, bro? What'd your mom do?
My mom was a laborer. She worked in the factory. Yeah. Her whole life she worked in some type of factory. And my dad would actually his company would actually take the football Cardinals at the time when they were in St. Louis. They're the Arizona Cardinals now. But he would take his company would take them to Charleston, where they would do their summer.
Yeah.
Their camp was in
So they
Charleston.
take all the equipment and all
Yeah,
that
so I would
stuff.
go with them. I would do that. I would go. So I went to Eastern a lot of times, more times than I wanted. So
Nice, nice. All right. So as a silverback big homie, gorilla, and silverback is 2 words for anybody who doesn't know. We won our silverback.
Yes,
Cut the
we
crap,
do.
cut the check. Reparations now. So as a silverback big homie gorilla, and this is gorilla spelled, like the military type of gorilla. What advice would you give to a young silverback with limited resources, and more importantly, mentors? Because I think we all can agree the resources aren't as important. You
Right.
kids need to realize that your resources are your mentors. Because I hear a lot of people say, yeah, we were poor, we didn't know we were poor. You can go to a third world nation and they're just as happy as shit. So, but what advice would you give to a young silverback who might be over there in the East Boogie, and they're just up against it, bro.
You know what? I tell you, it's different now. I mean, when I was in high school, we could do anything we wanted to do if you had good grades, and there was so many free things available. Back then. I remember when a guy, and I get this, I tell my kids this all the time. Opportunities. You can't miss an opportunity when it's staring you in the face. Because look, I was in the 11th grade. There was a counselor, an admissions counselor from Harvard, came to East Side. He came there. He came to the counseling office, and he wrote his name down on the conference room, and he had a sign. Those interested in Harvard, come in here and let's talk. Basically, it was a sign. And we went in there. This is a white guy. We just laughed at him. I mean, we were like, Harvard, we just like, man, what's this guy doing here? We just, basically nobody went in there. Nobody even talked to him. And that's one example. Why did they come there? It was probably trying to give somebody an opportunity. So I guess I would tell them, you got to listen, because you will miss an opportunity if you're not looking. But if you got limited resources, wow, you got to, something, you have got to find a way. You got to find someone to help you in a sense that can give you some advice, maybe give you a job, take you under their wing. But you got to seek out. Then you got to have some type of plan. Just don't go at it with your fingers in the air. You got to have a plan, and then you got to make some steps towards that plan, regardless of what your situation is. If it's going to a junior college, or if it's going to a trade school, but you got to have a plan. You're never going to get anywhere if you don't have a plan. You're just going to be sitting there on the side of the road, holding your fingers, waiting for something to drop out of the sky. And you know what? That's never going to happen. More than likely, things just don't fall in your lap. Most people work hard to get where they are, and you got to have a plan.
That's the
Wow.
advice that I would give them.
Great information.
Yeah.
Man, love that because it's something that we haven't heard like that way. Ultimately, we're going to
I
put all.
told my sons they were looking for jobs. I said, you know, you got to go where the jobs are. You know, if Illinois unemployment rate is super high. You know, you got to go where the unemployment rate is very low. Unfortunately, maybe you got to move to Nebraska, wherever it is, or wherever that is. You got to play the numbers. You got to put yourself in the best opportunity. You can't just sit there and hope something's gonna fall in your lap. I mean, when the plant closed, you can't sit there and keep crying that the plant is closed.
That's
You got to go get a job at another plant, in another city, another state. We don't make wagon wheels anymore. They don't make cover wagons. We don't make. You don't see anybody playing. Jacks on the. Those companies are gone. So you got to go.
Why? It's not just us, but this show is about Black first, so we always discuss us. Why? Why do we do that? Why do we stay when the Ford plant goes out and everything? Why? Why do we stay in Gary?
I give you a perfect example. This weekend, I was doing yard work in my yard. So I took out an old edger to edge my yard, and I was like, man, this edger sucks. Why do you use the same edger?
Yeah.
You know, every year you say you're gonna buy a new edger, but you don't ever buy it. Why don't you buy it? And I told myself, this is the year I'm gonna buy an edger.
I'm getting through to these old guys on Great Baby. Remember, we started there. I'm gonna fix this and spend 5-6 days, and I'm like, I don't understand why you got that money. And you don't just get a guy that fixes that. But I mean, to each his own. Choose the mobile phone.
I hear you though. You're right.
No, we got to be smart with our money. So you're saying it's comfortable, okay?
Right.
And then,
I mean, look at
in fairness, can we all afford to just? I mean, I guess we can't afford not to, right? Because that's how we got to East St. Louis. That's how we got to Chicago, looking for opportunity, looking for jobs, and that's how when the immigrants come to this country and everybody, they're looking for opportunities. So you're saying go where the opportunities are. Is that what you're saying?
Go. I mean, look at that promo you had. You know, the Rice House, right? You go to any Rice House in East St. Louis. I don't know how it is now, and I can't eat that stuff now. I mean, I like Chinese food, but if you go back to East St. Louis now and go to a Rice House, you'd be like, man, what the hell is this? But it was good back then. But you go to any one of those Rice Houses, they fix VCRs, TVs. You know, they
sell loose cigarettes. They got loose cigarettes in the back.
Everything.
Wow, at the Rice House.
Opportunity. You got to look for the opportunity. It's just sitting there right there, you know.
Are those Rice Houses Black owned?
No.
Because if those Rice houses were Black owned, it'd be a big thing all in the media how these Black people are trying to make extra money and how they're criminal and they're running a criminal organization. Criminal. But these Asians can do it, and it's just just like the same way the Arabs get in these stores and run all types of shams, and it's okay. But you let me and Tory do it, and it's a big investigation, RICO. And where's 12? Where's 12? 12. All right. But okay, we don't want to dwell on that because I did have one final question for this segment. What did you use as a vehicle? What do you think? Now go back, because you're your own person. We're all our own people. Self-love believes in that. You have parents, and they're just here, in my opinion, just kind of to usher you, to kind of assist you and protect you. What did you say? How am I going to make this happen for myself and my progeny? What did you use as a tool, and why did you decide that? Why did you decide that would be the best vehicle for you?
Well, as a tool, I think I try to just be honest. I say that what I didn't have growing up was the ability to say, hey, you want to know what I think about this situation? I didn't have that ability. I just had to do as I was told. But what I gave my kids, what we give our kids now is the ability to say, hey, you know what? Let me give you my opinion. Let me tell you what I think about this situation. So that's what we've given our kids. We've given our kids kind of a say at the table. And I'm not so sure
if that has worked out as well as we thought, but we have given our kids, I've given them the ability to come to me and give me their opinion on what they do and what they don't want to do. And sometimes that works, but sometimes that does not work. So I think that's one thing that we've given them. And also, we give them resources. My kids don't really have to ask or want for anything. And I am not so sure if that was it's the right model either. Maybe they need to work a little bit harder before we just give. But those are two things. We're giving them the ability, a seat at the table, to give me your opinion, to say no, to give, I won't say back talk, but to give to give your opinion on the situation. And we've also given them resources where they really don't have to want or need or beg for anything. And so those are two things that I think that we've given. That has been both good and bad. It's a double-edged sword, I
think. Okay. All right. And then real quick, we have some housekeeping to do here. So let me just slide through the chat, and then Self Love, I know you're going to have a question for him as we end this segment. So we have William Banks said he's making it happen. We need to stop killing each other. We said that. Brow Spice said, yeah, we did that. He said guaranteed infection, and we did that. All right, so here's where we are. Brow Spice said it was for carnival. I think that's some sort of reference to when you were making these guys. I'm not going to go into it here, but it was for carnival. I think it's some sort of reference to when somebody had a nice white jacket and got red paint all over it because they wore their jacket and they didn't know better. All right, but I'm not going to talk about that here in this forum. And then Browse said, Mark, how young do you think we are? Yeah, that's what Self Love is saying. This guy thinks we're, 10 years younger than him. William Banks, excellent information. And then he said, is that by Sajay, Sajei? So I don't know what reference, those Brooklyn cats, they always said, Brooks Brothers, and they always, got name brand stuff they're talking about. And I'd be like, man, I just came from Zares. You know what I mean?
Man, that's a throwback right there.
Y'all had Zares in the boogie?
We did.
Did you have Ventures?
No, we had Zares in Chicago, but I remember that. Yeah.
Did you have Ventures?
We had Ventures. Oh man, yes we did.
You had Goldblatts? Yeah, Goldblatts.
We had Goldblatts, but we had Ventures.
Man, if mom tried to come on with them big bags of that shit, you know what I mean, and air all in the bag, like all of that back. There's no way I can wear this to race school. I can't wear it. If you can wear it in the summer, yeah, okay. I can't go walking around Hyde Park like that. Those kids just shred me alive. Now I got to fight. Now I'm in trouble. Parents act like that ain't important, but whatever. All right, this isn't about me. All right, so Self Love, we did the chat. And so, Self, did you have a question for this Noob?
I just wonder, how old are your children, and what, are their?
I have a 32-year-old, and she is she actually lives in Belleville. She works for the Board of Education there. And then I have a 26-year-old, a 24-year-old, and a 19-year-old. So I have my 24 and my 27-year-old, those are my two sons. My 32-year-old is she's a girl, and then that's my daughter. And then my 19-year-old, she is still in the house with us. That's my daughter.
Okay. All right.
4 kids.
That's what's up,
man. He said 30.
And no more. 4 was enough.
He said 32. So yeah, I forgot. Yeah, he had a shorty on the yard. So that's crazy. I guess with everybody grows up except for Self, huh?
Everybody grows up.
Yeah. Everybody grows up around us. Yeah. Except for us, at least that's how it feels. So we're sitting here with Mark Daniels. He is from East St. Louis. He now lives in the greater Chicago area. He is a FedEx facilities manager. So, there's some opportunity out here for anyone in need of opportunity. They are currently seeking snow removal, also COVID-19 cleanup, handyman services, welders, and fabrication. So, it's important to have yourself a trade or a skill like that. You can contact this brother at mark.daniels@fedexfacilities.com.
FedEx.com. Also in the chat, if you have any questions or anything you want to add, you can type it into the chat. The phone lines are 424 900 6945. They are open. 424 900 6945. You're going to get 60 seconds to get your question out. You're going to have a timer running. You can wax poetic if you want, but you will be disconnected. We got bills to pay around here. So, spit that question out, and then if you have to call right back, you'll get another 60 seconds. You can wax poetic. At some point, I'm going to stop answering the phone, but see, I'm trying to be classy, so they tell me to be classy. But here we go, and thanks for everybody's support. Foundational questions, and I heard you get pretty happy when I mentioned something about we want our silverback. So, good brother, what's your take on reparations? I know we've had some deep discussions on this on another
we
thread.
have reparations. Interesting. My take on when you say reparations, I assume you're talking about
money
payment.
To foundational. Let me tell you what I'm talking about, so there's no
What are you
assumptions.
talking about? What reparations?
I'm talking about a check. I'm talking about cut the crap, cut the check. This is to America. This is to the spooks. I'm talking about the greatest bit of, what do you call that, self-love? Public relations that these spooks can ever use to show the world that America is the lantern that they are, and then they can continue to bring in immigrants and cheapen the labor and take advantage of those people. I'm saying cut it out or cut me in. I'm saying if you don't clean your house up, ... So what you're saying, what am I saying? I'm saying a check of what you owe myself and my ancestors so that I can feed my progeny in the way that you were able. When that money was supposed to come to us, you continued to give it to immigrants and other people. And then now you throw us all into a pot and you call us people of color. And then now everyone says that I don't deserve my check. So I'm talking about a check like Bob Johnson. He did some numbers. Big ups, yo to the beta noop. Think his figure was kind of low. My figure is like 500,000. So I'm talking about a check for $500,000. This is me, paid over 10 years, $50,000 per year. 12, 24, 6, 48. So that'll break down to about 4 stacks per month. Now I can have a nice amount for some private school and a mortgage and things of that nature. That's what I'm talking about. What's your take on that, sir?
Okay, here's my take on that. All right, so let me just say it like this. Okay, so slavery, let's just say slavery has existed. That's one of the oldest institutions. I mean, you can take it back. The Chinese enslaved their people. The Muslims enslaved their people. Heck, white folks enslaved their own people. India. So basically, this institution was in existence long before the American slave trade. Now, this is the difference between the American slave trade. It's because the slaves were brought to America under the guise of every man is created equal. It was created. So basically, the American slave trade is a little bit different because it has the foundation based on a contract that America had with its own people that every man is created equal. So in that sense, the American slave trade, I do believe Black folks are owed something. What they are owed, how it would be done, how to make it equitable and fair so that everybody is happy. Wow, I don't know how you do that. But as far as it being, as far as America paying for the American slave trade, I would say that there needs to be something. I just don't know what that needs to be and how to make it so all the brothers are happy. I mean, that's the thing I don't understand. How you make it so that everybody's happy, and what will it be? Will it be money? Will it be some form of opportunity? I don't know.
It's gonna be $500,000. It's gonna be $500,000 paid out over 10 years.
Uh-huh.
Same way they paid the banks back after we were released from as prisoners of war. These people did not enslave their own people.
Well,
These people went out. These people went out and got people from other places. They did not enslave their own people. That makes it different. And then when slavery was stopped, right, we had the wherewithal, Noop, to repair, Noop, the business people for their lost product. So everyone's been repaired over and over and over
Except
again.
for us.
But us. And it's a matter of respect. I can't lay myself down in the dirt. And when my kids ask, well, Dad, you just sat there and took that and didn't even demand what you're owed on behalf of your ancestors. And see, when Dr. King started talking like this, he caught a bullet. And it's something's been done to us psychologically, you know, where, listen, my whole life has been in debt recovery. The money is owed, right? This money they have is fiat. Let me explain. I'm gonna sell it to America right now, Noop. I'm about to sell it to America, not to you, brother, not to you. So when I'm saying for America, you know, it's always a whiff of what's in it for you. America, as I said, you're gonna have this great public relations. You can finally put all of these ills behind you, because it's disingenuous for you to sit in my face and say, well, I didn't do it. You know, that was my grandkid, you know what I mean? Or whatever, you know, it's disingenuous and it's stupid, you know? And so it's stupid. So now you can fix that. You can fix it and you can tell the world it's fixed. Now, are people all going to say, oh, Mills is crazy? No, we're still upset. No, but you can at least make atonement. This is what I learned at the Million Man March. It's one thing to say, I'm sorry, right? In a scenario, you broke out somebody's window in East Boogie, right? It's one thing, I'm sorry. And let's talk about, you know, you and your parent family didn't come over and say, well, I don't know what we can do about it. I don't know what we can talk about. And let's talk about, no, we know exactly what they can do about it. And I'm explaining it one last time for everybody. $500,000, $50,000 a year, paid out to foundational Black people in America. Now, here's where the trick bag comes in. If you want to say that you're, 60% this, 60% that, then you get 60% of your money. Yeah. Some people will get paid who don't deserve it. And some people, and so what? I mean, it's just mighty funny that all of this stimulus money, they can pull it out their butt.
Man,
and
get it
pay
from wherever
everybody.
they get it from. Like, you know what I mean?
And this student loan forgiveness, which
All
they
of
claim
this.
they're doing it for us, when all the pink people are the ones and the whites
Man.
taking advantage of this in numbers. If you look at numbers, so if they get student loan forgiveness, that's not repairing us, it's repairing
all.
them. And we sit here, do it. Hold on, let me change the view because I got to get my lips out. Well, all this is going on, and I know you're not like that, bro. I know that's not you, but that's just, kind of how Self and I feel. Any myths or stereotypes regarding brothers from the boogie that you would like to clear up?
Wow, myths are stereotypes.
Brothers from the boogie, yeah. Cats like me on the yard. We got stuff to say.
Hear this. We are some. When I got to U of I, it was such a funny that we were so country. That's what we were. Even my wife would say that we're some country bumpkins. That's one myth. And then that we're gonna steal from you immediately. We all criminals.
We get that here.
And then here's another one that I always hated. If you're from the boogie, you are fast. Can't be slow. If you're a slow runner from the boogie, then shame on you.
Hey, I bet you got to know how to dance, being from a place called the boogie too.
It's just like a white person who don't have a lot of money in the bank. Something must have been wrong, somewhere down the line. So yeah, that's those stereotypes. You always hated those.
Now, I heard your stance on rep. So
I do believe we should get something. I don't know who's gonna be king of the hill.
Well, listen, all the money, Noop, is going to go back into, listen, one thing about Black folks, listen, I'm going to argue for us. I'm going to get this money for us. I just need y'all to, this is what I need. I need y'all to just get on board and this, right? Because I'm telling white folks, you're going to get the money right back because you own everything. We're going to buy houses. You own the banks. You own the construction companies. We're going to go to the Gucci store. You're going to get the money back for the most part. You know, it's going to stimulate. It's a stimulus. If you can give everybody money for a chunker car, a hunker, you know, just think of that. Think of that chunker. It was a car for 5 stacks, whatever they were giving out, 5 stacks, times 10 every year. You know, that's all. That's all. And so Biden is already talking about a bill to end poverty for kids. And he said he's gonna, I'm not making this up, and he's gonna cut checks to the parents. Well, if the parents are not hiding Joe Biden. That's another segment. But what my question was, what would you like to see foundational Black Americans do to prosper? I know reparations could be a fantasy, but it ain't for me. It's a dream. But what would you like to see us do in reality that we can do, things that we can control to prosper, sir?
Wow, to prosper, man. Two things that may be kind of controversial. I would say to prosper, we have got to figure out some kind of way to stop us from hurting each other. And I don't know how we do that. You know, I can be kind of cynical on this one, but we got to stop. We got to figure out some kind of way that we can stop killing and robbing and killing each other, you know? And then another thing we got to do is we have got to figure out a way. This may be controversial too, but you know, we end a lot of pregnancies in our community, and we need to figure out a way to not do that too. And I think that is, you know, that is driving our numbers down as far as population goes, our influence goes. So those are two things that I think that we really have got to get a handle on. You know, and we got to start saving money. You know, we really have got to start saving our money and making our money grow in some way. So those are 3 things. But most importantly, though, we gotta figure out how to stop hurting each other. You know, we got to do that.
Facts.
We have to.
Yeah, I mean that's just
we have to.
It's
the
just
utmost importance.
Yeah, it's just a sad thing that we have seems not to get any better.
But they say hurt people, and you don't fight hate with hate. You fight it with love. I was in a chat, and there was a kid. I don't know if y'all heard the story. In school, 6th grader, he busted off some rounds in class. Shot him up the other day. Shot him up in the sky, and into the ceiling. Nobody was above him, and I made a comment, well, thank God 12 wasn't there. And somebody hit me back like, what the F is wrong with you? And I was like, well, thank God 12 wasn't there. That kid would have been dead. This kid is obviously crying out for help, wasn't trying to hurt anyone. If the kid was, he wouldn't have been shooting up in the air, right? Now, get the kid the love and the help that the kid needs. I think it sounds cornbally, but that's really what our community needs, bro. We need more men showing love.
I would agree.
We almost need a love enforcement. You know, they're like cops, but they ride around helping out, you know, which cops used to do, but they go around spreading love. Ooh, they pull you over and they say something nice to you. You know what I mean? Put that down, Self. You know, it sounds like a fantasy, but that could work. Love enforcement. You know, hey, why'd you stop me? Like you're having a bad day. Here's $25. You know, that's the type of charities we can run to cheer people up in our society, and then maybe drop a jewel on them, and they could decide, you know, I'm going to turn my life around and be like this guy. So.
I know one thing: if we can consolidate half the churches in Chicago, make them one entity. Take half the church. I know this is another one. Take half the churches in Chicago, force them to work together. You know, and there's no reason why every church needs to have some kind of help the youth program. It needs to be, you know, you get half of them together, half them just cut half of them out, pool all the resources, cut the number of pastors. And like, man, you know, that's a pipe. That's a pipe.
It's some streets I drive. I drive every day, and it's some streets that have 4 church on the same block.
Yeah.
Four on the same block.
That's not even necessary.
4 on the same block.
Right.
Literally,
That's
like,
crazy. Like, who decides? Like, even
storefronts
if I
on
and,
two
and I
sides of
guess
the street.
and I
like,
guess
two
now
of
they're
them.
saying, I'm going to build across the street from his church. I'm going to compete, and we can get some of their people.
To save people. I don't
That's
know.
wild.
It's
That's
4
wild.
churches on one block. Like, and it's in a couple of different places, and they're very small churches. I mean, it's storefronts, and that's what
Like,
they're
what
doing.
makes that one church that's right on the same block think they got some kind of lock on something at the other church down the street? The other
It all
storefront.
depends on what they're doing for the people, for the community.
Exactly.
Should foundational Black Americans continue to, I said faithfully, that could be written blindly. I'll say blindly. I'm going to say faithfully. Should foundational Black Americans continue to faithfully support the Democratic National Committee?
No, it should not we should not put any faith in any party, actually. But yeah, I don't think that we should. No, I mean, I really don't. I think we've done that long enough. I really think we've ran that train long enough. And you know what? When you think about it, in this time, this is a great time to be Black. I mean, I know that you may not think so as far as the social injustice goes, but this is like if there's not a good time for Black America to see some fruits of their labor and see some fruits of just what injustice have shown. And man, I don't know if we can ever get anything. I mean, right now, every company has some type of diversity inclusion program. Everybody's talking about that this injustices that are happening to Black people and giving them a fair shake at the table. This is the time right now. And you had the president gave his first press conference, didn't even say anything about, you guys. Just completely decided to ignore you. And
he's talking about the Rice House. He's talking about the Rice House. But go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Let's see if you could. Let's see if you guys come up in the. Because I'm not expecting anything. I mean, let's see if he says something in the state of this union address that he's about to deliver. Let's see what he says about all those things that he's been claiming. We're gonna hear the same garbage. Free junior college and small business loans. It's all a bunch of smoke and mirrors. Nothing is ever going to come from it, but that's what you're going to hear. So yeah, I think it's time that we become like all the other demographics and not split our vote, but to be involved in multiple parties, not just one. And I think they need to be given a symbol that the vote is no longer taken for granted. Black issues are going to come to the forefront once and for all. And I think that can only come about.
This guy, Tori, I hate to cut you off, but Tori, this guy can't be Black. According to our president. According to our president, who's the sitting president of the United States, who's an elder, who's educated, he can't be Black, saying that. But he is Black.
That guy that's president, he's just, he's just there.
So is he turning white?
Yeah. No, he's just talking crap and out of his ass.
That was offensive, and I know Trump said a lot of offensive stuff, and we are not pro-Trampers here. One thing I want to unpack something you said. Back to the question. Yes, I've kind of been meditating on this too. I just think that it's definitely not in my advantage. No one discussed politics, right? That's a taboo. So it's not in my advantage to walk through this country and that is as politically split as it is. That, people are ready to kill over it. I mean, look at the Proud Boys. What do they call them? The Rainbow Coalition? What do they call themselves? The
Rainbow Coalition. That's Jesse.
Oh,
the Proud Boys. The Pride. Yeah, the Pride Boys. Yeah, the Pride Boys. There was a rainbow in there somewhere. Yeah, so the Pride Boys and all left. In that Civil War back in Lincoln days, and these people, are getting AR-15s, and we say to shoot us, they're gonna have to shoot each other up as well. And I'm saying, so we have that history in this country, and
we've been the monkeys in the middle, so to speak. We've all played that game as a kid, monkey in the middle. And at some point you can't play that with your big brothers anymore because the kid in the middle wises up and says, I'm not playing that game. It's loaded against me. I'll never get the ball. You know, it's just stupid. I'm not going to be the monkey in the middle. Or you develop some monkey in the middle skills. And we've really learned how to play that monkey in the middle. Some of us have climbed to the top. Some of us are really, dynamic monkeys in the middle. And a few of us can get the ball. But at the end of the day, we can't be the monkey in the middle anymore. So it's when they say 90% of us vote Democrat, and then I'm driving down the street, no matter where I am, and 12 can pull me over, or I'm applying for a job or whatever, and this person sitting on the other end is looking at me, you're a Democrat. That can't be good for us, black people. We already can't hide who we are. We wear that. So it cannot be good for us to, why can't we be spooks at the door? Why can't we, infiltrate both?
Man, we need to vote for who says they're going to achieve our interests. Point blank. Like, it doesn't matter what party they talking about. They need to know what it is we desire. And if neither are ready to work with our program, then we need to replace them as candidates. We need to find someone who is going to be, even if it is our own candidate, as far as I'm concerned.
Facts. And guest, I know you probably want to comment, and then after you comment, I want to ask you, what is your take on Black Lives Matter? I'm not talking the slogan or the idea of the concept. I'm talking the organization or the entity, Black Lives Matter, as a black man.
Yeah, I think you're right. And, I think we do need to vote for those people who are, put it this way. Voting isn't the end all to be all. We put somebody in office. There's no guarantee that they're going to, be for us. There is no guarantee. So, and there's other things you can do other than voting as well. But I'm saying that we got to make the black leaders that we put in office, we got to make them accountable. And then and that's key. Look, we had a black president for eight years. Before Joseph Biden won, he got probably the most votes of any president elected, his first and second term. And so we had a black attorney general, we had a black UN chief ambassador, we had a black chief on the Security Council. And 8 years, we never got any judicial reform whatsoever with the police department. If you can't get it then, I don't know when we supposed to get it. We had the chief cop in America was black. Twice, two. We had two of them. So that's dismal. And we had, during the Mike Brown, Ferguson, Missouri, we had the attorney general who was black. He sided with the attorney general. He of that town. He sided with.
Yeah.
The Justice Department agreed that Mike Brown's hands were not up. This is the black attorney general, black president, did nothing for judicial reform, almost zero.
None of them were on code. They weren't
being honest. That's just the truth.
Right. I agree, but they weren't on code. They were black face is what
right.
I would say.
But,
they weren't on code. So those are people like we would be looking to get replaced.
Exactly. Or at least some answers. I just, no one ever challenges that. And I'm not saying that. And I don't dislike Barack Obama. He was a good man, good family. He was very intelligent, good representative.
He filled the idea. He was an idea that was very good, but
done
he didn't.
Black people, I didn't see it. Black Lives Matter.
Park
Go
that
ahead.
real quick.
Go ahead.
Barack Obama, he's from Hawaii. His dad is from Kenya. His mom is, I think, from Hawaii or something. She's white, quite possibly pink. Nobody ever talked about her. We're talking about Barack Obama. Ran around claiming shy, but he really wasn't. I said this because people don't remember the Democratic Party was about to implode before, Barack Obama came up out of nowhere. And all of a sudden, people started asking me about Barack Obama. And I thought they were talking about Hussein, Osama and bin Laden or something. I'm like, who? And he's from Chicago. He's from where? I mean, I would know somebody named Barack Obama from Chicago, like people knew Michelle. They knew Michelle. Tori can tell you he knows Michelle. So my point is, this. Barack Hussein Obama, ups. What I said was, and I don't know if Tori remembers this, but I was ready to leave the Democratic Party before him, and the party was going to implode. This country was in trouble, was in big trouble. So they ran him up as a symbol. He was a symbol. And I said, well, you know what? I can remember as a little boy, growing up, just having him be the president, it's going to do something to that give me something, a little something I had when I was at Ray School, and the little white boy, the little pink boy says something racist. Oh, well, the president is black, huh? There you go. Well, so for that, it was worth it. I mean, outside of him lynching people, because he was out there apologizing to 12, and I mean, he got castrated. He's no Southside
Liar.
Nothing. His castrated. His wife would have been better off. But so my point is this. I had voted for devils my entire life and white people. But that was my last chance for the Democratic Party. Then they ran Trump out there, who was just awful. And now I had to look at this dude, crime Bill Biden, awful. Y'all who ain't lived it, you millennials, take a big cup of shut the fuck up. I lived it. Shut the fuck up. And you can tweet me and tweet it and whatever, and shut the fuck up. Excuse my language to anybody who that offends, because I lived it. So I know the type of pink man that Biden is. Okay? And so, long story short, I was just trying to comment on Barack. I acquiesced because I thought it was good as a symbol. That's all he was. And we have to move beyond symbols as a voting block. We have to get beyond that crap. He's the first black person to be senior vice president at FedEx. He's the first black. You're the first black. We got to, what do y'all say to that?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I know that it's important, I think, but man, we can do that all day. The first black this, the first black that. I mean, in a sense, like, what does it really mean? I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, I think it is important, but this is 2021. Let's.
And we don't know if it's actually the truth. That's the whole thing, because these people
more than likely
they'll take it over. They'll be like, yeah, we created that. Yeah, that's right. We created that. They won't tell you where they got it from, and they'll just lie. They're proven to be thieves.
Well, and Tori, I was going to ask you, and this is wrapping up this segment. I don't know if you have a question, but let me just get the chat real quick. And then, we got coming up. So, sorry to cut you off, brother. But get your question ready for this new. But yeah, Barack Obama, man, like talking about him is like talking about Christ in a Christian church. And it's just tough. And I don't like to do it on these forums.
Yeah,
it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be if we're mature. If we're mature thinking voters, it really should not be.
It shouldn't be. It really
should not be. It should.
I mean, listen. No, but it's amazing though when you think about it. I mean, I can understand the whole historical aspect of it. I mean, the guy was. I mean, Obama he went to St. Louis and gave a speech on the steps of the arch. It had to be, I don't know, 30,000, 40,000 people there. I mean, that's unheard of, So, I give him all the respect in the world for that. But as far as politics goes, I'm sorry, I expected more.
Facts. So yeah, and please like, share, subscribe. I'm gonna throw it to Self Love. He's probably got something in this segment for you, good Newt?
Yes, sir.
Oh yes.
You got a question for himself?
I need y'all to like, share, subscribe far and wide, and make sure that y'all get us spread it out, because this is a great conversation. I knew it was going to be. With Brother Mark Daniels. You talk a lot about your dad and his influence. You go a little deeper, in around the, high school, early college, well, not early college, high school age.
Yeah, that's a good question, because this is coming from two brothers who didn't have that, and one thing I'm gonna say this to you cats who had that dad around there. I even on the yard self, you knew the cats who had that dad behind them, didn't you?
My
Didn't
dad
you?
passed when I was 4.
Correct. And my dad, yes.
Right.
So yeah, good question. Because I remember even like my ship Corey and my dad, no, man, I can't ship. I can't travel this week. My dad, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, talk about that. What kind of influence?
I don't want to do any disrespect to those individuals who don't have dads. That is not what I'm trying to say.
It's not.
It's like it is, of course, there are plenty of single moms who have done well with raising their kids. There are plenty of kids who've been raised with grandmothers, but the statistics are out there that shows, 2-parent households definitely do better than, households with one parent. That's just some simple stats. But as far as my dad is concerned, it was just a perfect, him and my mom were just like a perfect system where, you just fed into their wisdom and you fed into their skills, and you just could absorb all of that just by watching, just by watching them operate, by watching them work together. And I think you absorb that like a sponge, and it makes you who you are, even though you don't want it to happen. I find myself acting like my dad all the time, and I'm like, wow, that's scary at times, and my mom as well. So I think it was just that foundation that, that kept you on the straight and narrow, put it that way. You just knew there were two people that invested in you, and you did not want. I made plenty of mistakes. We all make mistakes. But the thing is,
let me say this.
Yeah.
I think one thing is, here's what I would say, and this isn't a knock, right? Single moms do great.
Yeah.
I'm just saying realistically, ladies and gentlemen, and this is more talking to dads, so that way they can make sure, they try to keep the family together, or at least, be in that kid's life. The accountability factor, Self. At the end of the day, even though you said your dad only physically probably got with you once or twice,
one time.
But at the end of the day, you knew all the way up until a point where you were probably out of college, whatever, that, man, there was somebody who cared enough to whoop your ass, and who probably could whoop your ass. Yep. Now, your mom, at some point, it became a lot of wolf tickets. They'd have to throw something, you know what I mean? And it all got stupid. 13, right? So 14, 15. And when you're fighting 17 and 18-year-olds in the street, it's only so much your mom can do physically. You know what I mean? But I can guarantee you, if I had a son, that son's thought of, okay, what my wife could possibly mean in the long run, and my wife's about it. My wife's a G. You know what I'm saying? Don't get me wrong. She's from the hundreds. At the end of the day, he's still gonna know. That Terminator dude. Yeah.
But you're right.
Let me tell you something. The last time I got hit by my mom, she was like, okay, she got the whatever she was going to use to strike me with. And she then she hit me, and then we both started laughing.
Same thing with me and my mom.
She was like, yeah, well.
Yeah. My mom slapped me, and we just both started laughing. Yeah, because I didn't even respond to it. You know what I mean? But go ahead, Noop. You were about to say something, Brother Daniels. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, you can look at, you can check these.
Stay on cam,
facts. You can check these facts if you want to, but it's almost like this. If you look at the statistics, like say for instance, if you look at the 30s and 40s and the 50s, even the 60s, when the nuclear family was held together, blacks were doing pretty well. I mean, as far as um, um,
80% marriage rates
right.
before, you know.
And then we did all these programs to destroy the family in a sense. We penalized women for having men, and we took that role away.
We
We
didn't.
made it
The
difficult.
government did. They made the
Yeah.
the
And we
laws
made
for
a
that.
dependent state. And look what we have. Look what we have now. We have these boys. Look, and let's just really, because it's the boys that's getting shot. I mean, we just had a few girls get shot recently, but it's the young black men that are really in the gangs and really are being affected negatively by this phenomenon that we have created now in this state, in this country, where young men find their dads and their big brothers in areas that are not good. And so we created this, by taking the fathers out. And then the fathers have done a good job too, by just being sperm donors and, leaving and not coming back, not helping. So we created, we did. Yeah, I mean, now that may be controversial, but
It's not.
Well,
we have allowed this to happen.
It's not controversial. It's a revelation. It's they're both
programming,
true.
though.
They're both true.
Yeah.
Our families have been destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
We have allowed our families to be destroyed. It started within our church structure. We have allowed our families to be destroyed, and we can blame whoever we want to blame. But see, you're sitting there with your family, sacrifices to make holy, and at the end of the day, we have to be there because can't nobody, it's always, nothing's changed. If nobody could take my kid if I was on the block, and people say, Mills, you're naive. BS, I'm naive. That's my son. That's my daughter. He's not in your gang unless I wanted it to be. I'm saying that's what it comes down to. We used to have family meetings. We used to sit down and have dinner together once a week, talk about stuff. There's no more of that. And I think that's what you're saying, bro. That's what we're to blame for. We are to blame, but Self Love and I, we've got solutions. We're solution based. We're talking Saturday schools, stuff like that. Because if a generation has not been raised, that means the next generation has not been raised, and the next generation, and then they're all shooting at each other.
Into perpetuity.
Man,
look, the house I grew up in East St. Louis, right? The house that my dad built, I still own it. We rented out to a young lady. She's got 4 kids. The boyfriend lives with her, even though, I'm not supposed to know that. But, if she married him, which she probably don't want to, but if she did marry him, her funds would get taken away.
So that's a trap. That should tell you. That should tell you right there.
There you go. Why should they be penalized?
Because white supremacy knows that they have to dissolve the family to then feed our kids bullshit, lean pills, lies, right? And so the man not being the man, and this is what you're getting at, and this is what I'm on too, bro. We got a man to fuck up. Excuse my language. We have to man the fuck up. We're gonna get into that. And I'm the Mac. Hey, big ups, bro. Thanks for salute. Thanks for your support. We're gonna bro get into that in the second half, because Self Love, I feel them. And if we don't start unpacking this stuff, silence is violence. You and I, we know what white supremacy is. Yeah. Right? We know what it is. And their point is to destroy our families, right?
Period.
So then our point is to keep our families together. It doesn't mean that they all have to be nuclear in the house. I heard Dr. Conrad say that. He said the men were in the picture, though. The fathers were in the picture. You didn't have, like what Mark is saying, the father can't even come around. And if it's known that he's around, I'll lose my Section 8 and blah, blah, blah. And I've got to depict this man as worthless to even get benefits. Yeah. This is where we're talking about reparations. Right. So if we have reparations, none of this would be an issue.
See, and this is the problem. I don't hear no one talking about this. It's amazing how we we throw up these and I'm not saying, hey, look, there are good programs. I'm not a program hater. I'm not, but there are some programs out there that are completely go
Evil.
against
Yes.
what we need to try to be doing.
Yes.
Because the Democratic Party, and I'm here to say it, I put it this way, so you joined Kappa Alpha Psi, right? It's fair to say.
Yes, sir.
And when you join the colors of crimson and cream and, men of distinction, right? And if Kappa Alpha Psi changed their colors to pink and everyone became homosexual, big ups to all the homosexuals out there, big ups to them, right? I love everybody. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the organization that you now want to be associated with, because that's not the organization you started. It wasn't the principles. So when you look at the DNC or the Democratic Party and what it used to stand for, that stuff be changing. But how many of us even read it? How many of us even pay attention? So when I try to have these conversations within our community, do you stand for that? Well, do you stand for that? Well, I don't, but traditionally. Well, do you stand for that? No, I don't. You don't stand for any of this shit.
No,
and you're giving them your vote.
And if you go back to what the Democratic Party traditionally stood for, they stood for slavery. They stood for segregations.
And
they
the
all
only reason
become
they pretended
Republican
to like
because
us was to get our vote. Yeah.
They left after when Kennedy came. When Kennedy became president, a lot of them became Republican.
It's all facts. It's all facts, man. All facts.
It's been a mind. Fuck. But it's halftime. Woo! Wow. Impactful. Man, it's been a great conversation. Wow. But we are growing the Self Love Nation, and I need you to like, subscribe, share, hit the bell.
Watch this great promo video for Mouthpiece Included.
Yes, sir.
Bomb Diggity at TATN. Don't go away. Watch this video.
This video is, man. So you'll see what's happening Thursday.
Because it's halftime.
I still got the other one. So it's still
Please like,
halftime.
share, subscribe. Please like, share, subscribe. Big ups to production. Please like, share, and subscribe. We got about another hour of this conversation and more jewels to come.
Like, share, subscribe. Let's get it going far and wide.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
Hey, Asa Patterson said, yo, Noops. Yes, sir. It's halftime. We got Mouthpiece Included coming up. Please continue to share this link. Send it to the Noops if they know Brother Daniels. His name is right in the title. So they're going to be more inclined to pop in and say, yo. All you have to do is share the YouTube link. And then also, if you could please make sure you smash the thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. It's halftime. Yeah, buddy. Second half, we're going to, looks like
Shit.
Yeah, we know that was all bullshit.
That was more that was bullshit. I mean, big ups to Piggy. I mean, he was cool, but
He's my guy.
Yeah, but no, I'm just saying that type of bullshit always happens. So I would be at basketball camp, right? And then they punish me because I was missing the 3-a-days on football. Look, I wasn't out shooting at people. Right. And that's an AD. The AD
I should have been talking to the coach though.
Like, no.
What I was
Tori's playing 3 sports, 2 sports, and no, you ain't holding him back for that. And then you got one basketball. Fitz looking at you a funny way, like you're supposed to commit everything to him, and
it's a different era. I mean,
if he was a white boy, if Tori was a white boy, he'd have started baseball and point guard for Leo Day. God is.
Absolutely. It was coaching.
Live with Mark Daniels, y'all.
Right, and they'll make a decision with Tori.
The dehydration, you got to have H2O, please.
Look, you need to stop worrying about water, baby, and start worrying about the game today, okay?
Got the passport, super speed, check the dashboard, super speed like the passport. I got the pride in my ESPN, hey, yeah, baller, ESPN.
Hey, you guys, thanks. This is Mouthpiece included. Make sure you bring your mouthpiece next week. Let's like, share, and subscribe. And this is TATN.
Man, that was dope. Hey, y'all better be on it Thursday. Mouthpiece included. Let's get it. We are back. And this, man, this is my joint.
Trifo.
Man, cut that up a little bit. I got
Trife.
We're back. So, the Self Love Show. We're sitting down with Mark Daniels. It's been an extraordinary conversation. And I'm sure we're going to get into his career and what he's getting to now. And you best believe we're going to play the name game. Name game. Yes, sir.
I'm going to be the one.
Man,
yeah, he's
he's
let me get my cam on here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I guess it's going to be back most Ricky Tick. What was you saying, Self?
It's like, man, this has been a great expansive conversation, and to succeed in every field of human endeavor, you have to have and be aligned with every way of thinking.
Well, break that down, the science of the self, and let's get that going, because we got a minute here.
The science of the self. We are all one. And we fake separateness to be independent and to grow and gain information. Just like our bodies are made of trillions of cells, we are the cells of the creator. And we are here, and it's a very special place. It ain't like this everywhere. Let's grow. You are here to expand yourself. expand yourself so we
I'ma
all
be the
can
one.
grow.
I'ma be the one.
It's fine.
This
It's
far, I
fine.
can make it anywhere. All right. So just to give y'all a quick little breakdown of what's to come. So that Mark said, and I won't slow. So we got them back. So as we're doing this, let me just give a quick breakdown of the last two segments that we have before we let this gentleman go, because I'm sure his lovely family is starting to make the phone calls and stuff. So
they don't want me there.
Yeah, just trying to find out how much more time we got. You know, we having fun. You know, Daddy ain't home, but we running up the walls, driving Mama crazy. But let me see here. So we already covered the early boogie life, and then I wanted to. So we're gonna touch on a bit of the boogie history, and some racial stuff that went on in the boogie, and then we're going to jump into his professional life, and then we'll wrap it up with a quick game. So um, East St. Louis, Illinois, Nuke, has a and the first I heard of it was when TC actually mentioned it when we were talking about Black Wall Street and other places that rioted. But East Boogie, bro, has a history of, I guess, so it was set up. It's my understanding that the city was established by corporate, type of bulldogs, men of industry. And before the industry got there, there was literally no city. So they had laws and stuff on the is it the Missouri side that these men of industry wanted to get around. So they started their companies right on the other side of the river. And then of course, immigrants and other employees, started building communities around there. And then I'm gonna let you get into it. And then at some point, I think it was a war or something. They had trouble. Yeah, it was a war, and they had trouble, bringing in immigrants because America is all about bringing in immigrants to cheapen the value of the labor. So once they couldn't do that, they decided, oh, we have black people who've been here the whole time, that we should have been giving these jobs to in the first place, but we was ignorant. We should have been hiring black people, but the white supremacy in us couldn't let us do it. And then God started the big war, and they had to hire black people. So black people started coming from the South up to the boogie for these jobs. Now, I want to throw it to you to correct anything there. And then if you heard anything from your family about this big race riot, and what are the stats that they're giving? Because I know Big Baphomet can't be trusted, because they said it was only like 100,000 of us at the Million Man March, and we know it was over 1 million. Man. So I know that was a run-on question, but talk to us, Snoop.
Yeah, that's amazing. East St. Louis has such a major history. It's funny, we didn't read like that documentary you sent up. The only reason why I knew anything about that is like from my grandmother. She would talk about that. And my grandmother was born in the early let's see, so my mom and dad, they were probably born in the mid 30s. So my grandmother, they were around about that time. But it's amazing how I found that out, some of that stuff from them. Was never taught in any of the East Boogie schools. They never talked about any of that. Wasn't it amazing how they said in that documentary that the mayor was like shot in his front yard? And then they also said that the city had like 7 mayors in the span of 2 years.
2 years. Yeah, and they killed one of them.
Two police departments were fighting each other, killing each other. It's crazy. But yeah, that's the history of the town. And to think, they will have you to think they didn't get bad until the black folks got in charge, which is what, a lot of people have always thought. But the city has always been historically a bad and a good place, right? I mean, it was so many industries there. And in fact, some of you see the remnants of those same chemical plants, mineral plants, The trains are still heavily involved there. Even that bridge they pointed to, the East Bridge, was made by a guy. I think his name was Buckman Eads.
Mm-hmm.
It was one of the first arch type bridges made over a body of water. So the history is great there. You know, it's amazing when you see a documentary like that.
But
But
it
yeah,
sounded to me like they were
yeah.
like it was a labor issue. It was a labor issue, and we being black people were crossing the picket lines, and then they turned it into something racial or something.
Yeah, they did. They turned it. That's the 1917
Yeah,
riots, the
yeah,
race riots that they pointed to,
yeah.
which was really blown out of proportion as far as uh, trying to get white folks to really hate on the black folks for just wanting those stockyard jobs in the area. I mean, really, they just did a bit. They basically it was a propaganda campaign to really hate on all the brothers coming from the South just trying to earn a living. And then, you know, it just got blown out of proportion. A lot of people did die. I mean, unfortunately. I mean, it was major. It was
And then
major.
they said that there was a car that did a drive by, I guess, drove
And
through the
shot the
black side, and then another car an hour or so later came by, looked exactly like it, and the brothers were ready and shot the dude in the head. But this dude was a cop, like he wasn't driving in a police car. Like this all sounds like a made-up story by pink people. It all sounds like a reason to get people up in
up
arms
and
to riot because
yeah.
it seems staged. Like it seems like BS. Like why is the cop? Well, anyway. So the cop got shot, and then I would say, where were we getting the guns? This is
Yeah.
always the question, you know. And then people always say we have white people on our side, but then I always say during these riots, right? Like my mom and my ancestors, elders, are always saying, yeah, we had white people right next to us. During these riots, during Black Wall Street, were those white people standing right next to you?
It makes you wonder.
It makes
That's
you
for sure.
wonder.
Yeah. It makes you wonder for sure. Yeah. I would say
Yeah,
it probably was a lot of that.
I would probably say that they didn't.
Yeah. Probably say that they did too.
So that'll tell you the difference between being black and white. We can't take this off of us.
Right.
You know, and so, you know, if you're going to be down, you're going to be all the way down, or you're just going to be off of there. But that's East Boogie. And another thing I wanted to point out and we wanted to discuss was so when East Boogie became, so it's, first of all, East St. Louis has always been considered like the in this documentary, they were saying that, well, they had pink people saying, white people saying it, that like the mayor's daughter, the mayor of St. Louis's daughter, was in the documentary saying, yes, East St. Louis was the place to go. We would go over the bridge so we can drink and throw our litter. I mean, they were literally say they wanted to just come throw litter. So that's what the town was based upon. So then now it's all black, and you get a black mayor, and then these same pink people want to start pointing the picture and saying that, see, we're all corrupt and we can't run anything, when that city has been corrupt forever.
Unfortunately, it's definitely had its pockets of corruption. I mean, it's strange. I mean, wow. I mean, the history. I remember when I was in high school, they actually sued. This brother was beat up. He actually sued the city, won the ownership of the city hall.
He owns the deed to City Hall. Yeah. Bro, I would have been throwing a party in there every day.
So that is wild. The city had no money. That's all they could put up was the city hall.
Bro, I'd have been throwing a party when the mayor, every time the mayor was having a meeting, I would have came in there brushing my teeth with my robe on. You know what I mean? You don't like it, you can get out. Yeah. I mean, could you imagine? Yes, only in the boogie. I'm surprised somebody hasn't done a movie, because it's been some very, very.
Well, they did. You remember that American, what was it? National Lampoon Vacation when Chevy Chase?
Yes.
And they drive through.
They sure did.
They drive through East. Yeah, it's crazy. But you know what? It's something. I go back there. I'm there every month, at least every 2 months. I'm there, and it's home, man. It
Right.
is. I just feel a sense of I don't know what it is. It's
And that's
home.
what I was trying to
You know,
unpack.
it's
What
home.
is that? We all and people all over the world, like
Right.
if these guys, if we were still having tomorrow's show, there was a brother in Inglewood, been there his whole life. Like Tori's been where he is his whole life. And you start wondering, like, yeah, what is it about that? You know what I mean? But we all hang on to hope like things are
Yeah.
gonna get better. It was
We
good at
always
one
say
time.
that, yeah, things are gonna get better. This city's gonna turn around. One day it's gonna be a utopia. It has never.
If you
when
own the
we make it,
property, but if you own the
period.
property like Tori's family and like that guy in that video, it's different. But when you're renting and all you got to do is load up a car and get you and your family the hell out of there,
Yeah.
it's something wrong with you. If there are no jobs and no opportunity. You
What
know,
was that other quote that said? If you can't find a job in East St. Louis, you can't find a job.
you can't find a
There was
job.
that many jobs there at one point.
And the jobs they were literally working in hell, man.
Yeah.
They were here and Gary as well. Like there's
Gary as well.
They shut them things down. They shut them down.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, but people
the
were able to
same
make a
time.
living and everything was cheaper, so you could buy homes and prosper. But now you could do that for 10 years and maybe start a business. It's, man, the money you make, like it used to be a time where I could work for FedEx and my wife could work for FedEx. I'm talking about the entry level job, and it wasn't that the unions, we blame the unions, it's inflation, this fiat currency once they went away from, having it based on anything, but that's another story. But our money used to have value. And so it would be okay for me to slave, if I'm getting a house and I knew at the X amount.
If you do, you're going to get some. Yeah.
Yes.
You can't do that now.
But when you're getting nothing, all right, but no, I want to get into, because that brings us to, your pro-life, and I just want you to kind of just explain to the Self Love Nation, logistics, maybe go over its origin and its purpose, and then if you could tell us what you do for a living, how you stuff your money bag full of money so that you and your kids can then get on the internet and show all your jewelry to all the criminals.
Exactly. There you go. There you go. I would have to say that we got so many issues of the day. I don't ever think issues like, abortion and, gay rights and the sanctity of marriage. And, I really don't think I think all those kind of social issues like that, I really do not believe that we're ever going to have a solution as to, we're never all going to agree on those things.
Facts.
We're never gonna agree on all of those things. I think the best thing we can try to do is just understand each other's point of view. I mean, yeah, I know, one side you have abortion, on the other side you have women's rights. I get it. I understand the whole arguments on both, but at some point you gotta just make your line in the sand as to what you believe. And you gotta kind of stand on that. And I firmly believe that. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of things about the church that I don't like. We can be very hypocritical. We can be very holier than thou at times. But you have to stand on some belief, I believe, and that's what you got to do that. And so, I feel that way about a whole wealth of issues. And those are just, you asked me earlier about what I thought about the Black Lives Matter group. I have to say that I went to a couple Black Lives Matter rallies, protests, and I'll be the first one to say that I don't really understand the movement, really. I know you've been hearing a lot about the leader, the houses that she's been buying. I really don't care about that, really. I just hate the fact that I just don't like to be aligned with something that is so hidden. The organization has so many hidden factors that just gives me a little pause, at times. So, but yeah, we all have our belief systems, and we gotta believe in something. You don't have to believe in everything, but you gotta believe in something. And I do believe that we gotta draw a line in the sand at some point.
I agree, and I think we have to look past belief and towards what moves us forward as a group. Beliefs set aside, You know what I mean? We all do have to believe in something. I agree with you, but we don't have to agree on what we believe in. We need to agree on how we need to move and where we need to move. You know what I
Right.
mean?
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. So you had me. You said you had me as a Republican earlier.
No, man. Mill said that, man. I never had that, man. We agree more than you know, and
Yeah, it's
that whole situation, they would just try to set some thing and then ram that, and
right.
every time, the people they would try to ram it about be like, no, I'm not that. I mean,
Hey,
I'm
gentlemen,
highly intelligent.
we have a caller real quick.
Highly
Caller,
intelligent, just
thanks
like
for
you are,
calling
brother.
the Self Love Show. Stream live on every Tuesday and Wednesday from 7 p.m. to on and on and on. Central Standard Time every Tuesday and Wednesday live. Thanks for calling the Self Love Show, where we are greater than our excuse. Please state your first name and your state of location and what you got for us, caller.
I'm Patricia. I'm calling from the state of Nevada, by the way of Henderson, right outside of Las Vegas.
Vegas. I'm on my way to Vegas Friday.
Okay. You still here, Mark? Because
I'm still here.
It looked like Mills froze. Yeah, we had a caller. What?
Mills is on his way to Vegas.
Yeah, that's a great thing. He gonna have a great time. Visiting family and expanding
Indeed,
consciousness.
indeed. So, did you ever go to any of those Black Lives Matters events at all?
Not exactly events. He's back. You muted. Unmute yourself. There we go.
So hold on, we're gonna bring you back. So you guys, this is my earth, my mom, my portal to this plane. So she has some words to share with the brothers, and I'm blessed to, have my mom here, and I'm gonna go visit her Thursday. So go ahead, Ma. Repeat that because we got logged off. Sorry.
Okay, I don't know what they heard and didn't hear because I have to turn down my sound to come on the show.
You better repeat it all.
Yeah, because we didn't hear anything.
Looking on Charlie Brown, I'm shaking my fist at 9 right now because of what he referred to going to Goldblatt's and bringing him some crazy clothes. He says a lot of things on that show about me for comic relief.
Oh, he froze again. Oh, right on TATN.
I know.
This is different. Okay, now he's back.
An exemplary job, and I look forward to seeing you Thursday night.
All right, Ma, I love you.
You guys.
I love you, and we'll get some receipts. I'll talk to my brothers and sisters about the Goldblatt's bags. All right, Ma, I love you. Yeah, I'm going to have to get some receipts because I know there was some Goldblatt. Oh, you know what? She's right. She's right. It was my old man driving around there loading up the Goldblatt's bags and stuffing them in the car, and then she'd bring that shit home to me. Whoever was doing it, y'all all are one. But love you, Mom. Yeah, we're just doing the show here. Yeah, that was Mom. So let's see here. She wanted to say she wasn't bringing home the Goldblatt's bag, so big ups.
Okay, big ups to Mom.
Yeah, thanks for the clarity. All righty. Okay, so back to, I want to get to your profession and what you do for a living. I know you're into logistics, so if you can kind of just briefly break that down, and then because we'll go back, to because you just said some good stuff, about abortion and things like that. But part of what we do at the Self Love Nation, we want to get people money because obviously that's necessary in America. So if you can describe what you do for a living, how you stuff your money bag, and then go into the opportunities, for Black men doing what you do.
Sure. So what I do now is I run, this is my third facility I worked for UPS for 10 years doing a similar thing. But I've been at Federal Express Crown for 12 years. And so, we have facilities all over the country. And the one that I work at currently is one of the largest ones that we have. And so basically it's a distribution center, and I'm responsible for the entire facility, automation, training of technicians, contracts, vendors, um, all of the um, so basically, so when the package comes into the facility, my department's responsible for getting that package out of this facility to go across the country or to its destination. And so in that's a big process to do that. And then there's a lot of automation involved in getting that process done. So I'm responsible for all of that and all the people that repair, implement, design, and make that machinery go inside the facility. So that's kind of that in a nutshell. And I've been doing this for quite a while, and I think I'm pretty good at it. I can go to any facility in the country and make it run better. I can go and also help them to maintain their staff training and just get them up to speed. So I think that's part of the thing that I think that's my special gift that I have, and also training. I think I could take a department and make it work better than what it was doing before, and I've done that many times. So it's pretty exciting in a sense because right now we're in this e-commerce time. I mean, how many people are buying things over the internet? I mean, it's a big business, and basically, FedEx is as a big part of that in e-commerce, and we're growing leaps and bounds. This is our best year ever. Our stock, it's the best year for our stock this year. It's the best year for our production, and so we got nothing but positive to say. Even though we're in this COVID environment, but it has really worked out as far as us being first line responders. Basically, we delivered the vaccine. We've also been responsible for all, our PPE, medical provider, instruments, equipment. So we have a pretty good track record. It's been pretty exciting to be a part of all of that. So this recent event with the shooting in Indianapolis has, it's been pretty sad. My heart goes out to the families there. But it's just part. It's a crazy time. It's a crazy time, and we're like right in the middle of all of that right now.
Facts. Okay, Noob. I wanted to ask you. You earned your degree in math, so you went to U of I. What were you determined to become, and then how do you parlay that into UPS and then getting up into management? Can you kind of just give us a sense of how you went from there to from point A to point C?
Yeah, just like opportunity. I needed a job. Well, yeah, I needed a job, and I had worked at different manufacturing companies my whole life, and so opportunity came up where they were looking for people who were going to school for engineering. So I made my education fit that description, and then I got in on the ground floor of Federal Express, and just kind of rode that wave. So it just took advantage of an opportunity. I mean, like you said, you always got to get a job. You don't always know what job you're gonna have. You don't always know what career you're gonna take.
Correct.
But I just got a job, basically, and just
Take it
found
back
the
a little though.
opportunity.
How did you get into math? Because that's I don't want to sound stereotypical, but you're not Asian. I'd expect you to be an Asian girl with a little mask on there. This is a joke, people. We love our Asians over here. All
Well,
right.
it was
But math, Anoop, like from East Boogie, come on, man.
I mean, I've always liked it. It wasn't what I went to school for originally. I went to school for, if you can believe it, for animal science. I was in animal science at U of I. I took classes at Mumford Hall and the
Yeah, that
animal
big
science.
veterinary
Yeah,
building. Yeah.
yeah, that's right. That's why I got convinced to go into that when I was at U of I, animal science. And then so basically it was pick something that could get me through school faster, and math was always something that I really enjoyed. You know, if I had my my choice, I probably would have picked some type of engineering, but that was the quickest route. And so, but I always did enjoy math. Math has always been a love. And I actually tutor math for years, and I probably will start doing that again once my daughter is once my daughter's out of the house, and maybe think about doing a little bit more of that. I've been tutoring my kids for years. I've been tutoring math for years, so it's just been something that has just been a joy. Um, and here at work, I mean, we were all doing. I use it almost every day here in some sense, from all of our automation to running statistical analysis of what we're trying to do here. Uh, so it always comes up in everyday life for sure.
Facts. Yeah, you and I work for the physical plant. For those who don't know, that's where you would do
You're one of the lucky
janitorial.
ones to get a physical plant job. I never could land one of those jobs.
Facts. Yeah, that's where you do janitorial services for the university, and it's one of the higher paying jobs. So you had to be a student to get that job. So it was kind of like a perk. But yeah, that building, bro, because U of I had one of the top veterinary programs in the nation,
I
and
was
so
there.
that's because they were right there by South Farms, so they can get any animal for animal carcass. So, bro, it was a big lab they used to practice their surgeries in. See, I wouldn't know this unless this was true. And, I had the keys. I was the janitor, bro. And I knocked this off my bucket list. I stuck my arm down a cow's carcass, right up his ass. Stuck my fist right up the cow's carcass, you know what I mean? And reached around up in there, you know what I'm saying? And I was able to take that off my bucket list. Yeah. It's not something you get to see walking around Chicago, a cow sitting there on a gurney, spread out. And I stuck my arm right up the cow's ass. So any kids out there, if you're working for the physical plant, if you get the opportunity, you might be able to tell the story 30 years later and get a laugh out of somebody. So here we go. But it actually happened.
So why'd you do this now? Was it just was it in one
It was
of
a
the
bucket list item. It was one of those bucket list items that you don't have on your bucket list, but you're like, you know what? It might be on my bucket list. And let me scratch it off.
Right.
You know what I'm trying to say?
That's
It was one of those, bro. Like
man.
pissing on the Alamo.
Man, I had class in the poultry. I have classes in the South Farms. I had class in the poultry farm. We had it was an interesting major for sure. That's why I got out of it. I did not like animals as much as I thought.
Animal Self, you were about to say something?
Yeah, it's interesting. My mother has a math degree from U of I.
What is she do? What is she doing?
Well, she went into teaching. She was teaching, and then she went to programming the students, their classes and all that, and until she retired in CPS.
Yeah, she was education and then administration at Carver, man, on the South Side. Yeah, for years. Hey, but math, I wanted to ask you this question in related to math, Newt. I had it in my production reminders. So, mathematics. Are formulas and equations, for instance, are those discovered or are those created?
I would say both. I mean, because you have to have a relationship. I mean, just think if you just do a squared plus b squared equals c squared. You didn't invent that. You didn't invent that formula, but it just existed. The relationship existed. You figure it out. So that's how I look at it.
All right, it was a philosophical question. They've been on the internet, bro. I just wanted to hear your answer because different mathematicians answer that a different way, and even scientists.
If 7-Eleven is open 24 hours a day, why does it need a lock? I don't know.
That's a good question. Well, that's a question. That's a good question. And then, okay, all right. So, all right, no, that's for later. So, okay, all right. Any opportunities? Well, we talked about the opportunities at FedEx, so let me just go through that for you guys real quick.
Yeah, I'm
Go
really
ahead.
looking to. I mean, I've been really trying hard. You know, we have this diversity inclusion here, and I'm trying really hard. I don't want to just say I'm looking for, Black-owned businesses, but it'd be great to give opportunities to some businesses out there. That would be good because we don't have nearly as many in those fields, like you said, snow removal. We're not just talking about a pickup truck with a snowplow.
Right.
We're talking about a lot of snow removal. So it's a lot of it's a big
Insurance.
contract. Yeah,
Yeah.
Insurance key.
Huge
Gotta have
contract.
insurance.
Yeah, the insurance
Yeah.
is key.
Yeah, it's key. You got, because if you run over something or if you hit something, you got to be able to pay for it. So yeah, that's the key. And handyman service, all trades. It's a good job for somebody with the right experience.
Right.
True or false, Nope?
Mm-hmm.
This is a good question. Funny I wrote this, but I'm happy I wrote it because you were talking about, pack up and move. But true or false, East St. Louis matters.
It does. I think it does. Yes. True.
True or false, Black America is Black America's biggest enemy.
Wow. Biggest enemy. Wow. Man, I'm gonna have to say true.
That's a tough question, bro. And I'm I don't answer questions, and I like to bring people out
I mean, if
here
you
and
want
try
you
new
want to use the
questions on.
numbers, I would have to say true.
I'm gonna say true too. I mean, that's philosophical. I mean, I think it's spiritual. They're all our biggest opponents, so I'm gonna say that's true. However, this enemy that we have that's external is probably one of the most treacherous in the history of mankind.
Sure.
And most adept. So, but that says something about us as well. Now, I know you run. We had Dr. Law on here. He used to be an avid runner, and he did some marathons and everything. And then you had me out there, until I blew out my, well, I didn't blow out my calf, but I'm about to get back out there, bro. I got to get these running shoes. But
We need you
so
out
explain
there.
the running. Yeah, for sure. The running, what it means to you, how you got into it, because I think there's a kid out here, somebody that can take something away from this.
Right. Running for me is therapeutic. It when things are going bad, I lace them up and go out there and hit the pavement. And when things are good, I do the same thing. It's a way to reflect. I do my best thinking when I'm running. I do my best praying when I'm running. If I have something that I just need to work out, if things aren't going well in the relationship or your kids, I just find clarity. And when you press your body to a limit, right? When you put your body under stress, I just find solitude in that, And for me, it's sort of like, hey, if I can just go one more mile, even though I don't feel like it, then man, I can go home and be caring to my family. I can go and handle something stressful at work. I credit it to that. If there's something I need to work out, if I can't figure it out when I'm under stress of something physical, then it just seems to work out that way. And then another reason is because just being healthy. It's like when you do things that are good for your body, you can see it. It shows. If you have less stress, if you get a lot of sleep, if you reduce your sugar, if you exercise, your body cannot help but respond in a positive way. And so I think running is a big part of that for me. So it's twofold. It's therapeutic. It's one good thing you can do to yourself, and I benefit from it every day. I mean, I wouldn't know what to do if I couldn't lace them up and go out there and run. It would be a different day, I would say. And we just, you just think better. I mean, you meet people, you learn about people as you run. I'm starting to run with other people now, which is new. I never really did that before. I mean, running consistently with a group, that's new. So I'm excited about that. And I'm reaching. I'm going to be 54 in a few weeks. So man, I want to have grandkids.
Yeah, when I was out there, with the running, and I used to run in Hyde Park a little bit too. Then my back flared up, and then this and that. And a song, Self, what's that artist? You was like, man, I'm always playing him because I sent it to. He's a positive rapper. He used to be in a rap crew back in the day. Song about water, and I have to look him up, but I'll look him up. But I sent it to you, Mark, and he was saying, yeah, when you run for the ancestors. He's like, you run for those people who can't run, and everybody's got a runner in them. It's like almost a fighter, like when I used to watch Rocky. And when you run, it does, man. It feels good when you, like I would start out, I do a block, next day 2 blocks. And then, when you struggle to get to 6 blocks and now you're at 2 miles and you're just eating those miles up, and then you start increasing your pace. It's challenging. It's challenging and it's rewarding. It's rewarding. And I never got that, because I even told you when we got on Greater Beta TV, like I never understood running just for running, and I wish I had before this moment. It would have helped me in my athletic career. I always thought it was the stupidest thing in the world.
Yeah, and that was Stick
I wasn't
Man.
chasing a ball.
Stick Man.
What's that, Self?
Stick Man from Dead Prez.
Stick Man, yes. Self would call me, or he'd be like, yeah, you got that Stick Man going. But it's a positive music, and I listen to a lot of gangster music as well. So I need to have, something into my subconscious, to like reprogram a lot of nonsense that's in there. But all right, now we did the true false, and we talked about your running. Excluding you, whom do you attribute? Now we're talking about your professional achievements. Who do you give the credit to most? And that's excluding Mark Daniels.
Who do I give the credit to most? Well, I can do the obvious one and say I give, credit to God, which I do give credit to. But
you can't talk about God on YouTube. Sorry, YouTube. Go ahead, bro.
My family is my motivation, for sure. So I'll have to say them, my kids, and my wife, and my sons. I like for them to see me as an example, and I like for them to understand that struggle is a good thing, and that things that are easy are not worth obtaining. So if you got something that you're just, you're making some easy money, I don't know. Yeah, maybe take a look at that. If you got some job that you just go to and it's just easy every day, then you need to rethink that a little bit. Life is supposed to have some struggle. Life is supposed to stretch you. It's not supposed to be an easy, like Sunday morning day every day, And
I said that heaven would be hell. People's concept of heaven would be hell to me. I said that even before Biggie.
Yeah.
Right? Everything's there. That's how we got out of the Garden of Eden. Life is about enjoying the struggle.
Sure.
Embracing the moment, but enjoying the quote struggle. Yes.
I agree.
If you never struggle, then how would you know perfection?
How would you know it? Exactly.
That's why these kids up in the hills here, I'm in Inglewood, when I did the Ubers up in LA, a lot of them were miserable and they're killing themselves with pills and poisons. And what they want to do is come to Compton. They want to hang out in Compton, for God's sakes. And the gate on their family's property is worth more than that home of their boyfriend in Compton. So, it should tell you something about the beauty of the struggle.
Sure. Yeah.
Well said, Nope. That was well said. I want to ask Tori if he's got a question as we wrap up this final segment, because then we're going to get into the quick hits and then play a quick game and we'll get them out of here. Self Love, you got something for this brother?
I don't really have a question. I just want to thank you again. Every discussion we have here has been beautiful and expanded me personally and expanded each person in the nation. I want to thank you. You know, man, can't thank you enough. Keep being you and espousing what you espouse and how you feel. Draw that line in the sand and don't cross it, bro.
Yep, I appreciate it. I appreciate it, Tori.
Man.
Same to you. Yes.
And before we do hit those, the quick ones, I know there's a couple things we said we were going to get into later, so my mind isn't as good as yours is and as it used to be. So I know we were going to, you mentioned something about the A word, abortion. I was talking to my mom about this, who just called, you know, it's a funny, it's like a taboo. And then there was another one, we were talking about rebuilding, you know, our community and doing the things that we could do. I would say one thing about just this platform, Nuke, there's a lot of platforms. Almost every platform is let's talk about bad stuff about Black people, right? You can get a lot of views doing that, you know. And ours is more solution based. It's going to be solution based. You notice we ran a show. It was about the white lady attacking the white man. That's what we do here, because this ain't that news. If you're here to see Pookie shooting at people, stuff we see every day in our neighborhood, and you want to chime in on that, God bless you. So we're not saying don't speak your piece, right? No, because this is your show, right? This ain't that. Yeah. So I guess so everyone leave your gavels at home. All right, we just, you know, we're going to start talking about some things. What I was talking to someone about recently is our values as a Black community. And we're going back to the South because we all migrated from the South. Well, you know, for the most part, you know what I'm saying. I mean, come on, people. And so coming for opportunities to the North, but the family structure, you know, there was church on Sundays. You mentioned not having too much idle time, not having things come easy to you. There was get out of bed, get up and do something. I don't care what you're going to do. You're going to get out of that bed. The A word, abortion. I believe that's a woman's choice. Let me go back a bit. When you asked me that question, I remember they were asking me this at Ray School. We had a lot of liberals and a lot of lesbians, you know, teaching at Ray. Yeah, big ups. And they asked me that in 6th grade, and I remember my answer was, I thought it was wrong. I said no. And the reason, and this is just a kid, you know, I graduated at 13, so 6th grade, I would have been 11. And the reason being is because my mom, you know, had a benign cancer growing in her uterus at the same time as me. And all of the doctors, the best doctors, you know, the best doctors said, listen, you know, you're going to have to terminate, because first, you know, all the medicine was different. So they didn't have a biopsy. They didn't know if this thing was malignant or not. And so we're going to have to terminate, you know, even just to make sure we just save your life. You know, we want to just remove the uterus and blah, 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 blah. Now, mind you, she had already had babies. So it wasn't even like this is the only child and I want to take this risk. I'm number 4, you know. She, you know, had a family foundation and, you know, some sort of religious structure or whatever, prayed, you know, the preacher people prayed, you know, and she, I guess, you know, went with faith and pushed me out. And I pushed out everything else that came out, and it turned out it was benign. And here I am. So I answered that question having that knowledge, but then they started teaching me. And what we do as a society is we have a way of taking worst case scenarios, right? The worst heinous cases of scenarios, and then writing legislation. Now I'm gonna end it like this, and I'm gonna get off my soapbox right here, and I'm gonna let y'all talk. I'm gonna say it because you guys, you know, I'm gonna say it. Margaret Sanger, Self Love, he'll talk about that. No, we probably can't. We'll talk in different ways because this is YouTube. But anyway, I won't say that. But Planned Parenthood, y'all, do y'all research, man. There's a lot of genocide going on. And if Black Lives Matter, why are we killing us in the uterus? And then I'll let y'all talk, and I'm going to take a step back here.
Well, I was going to say the same. You know, the largest killer, the largest reason, the largest of Black death is abortion by far. And second is doctor. The largest killer of Black people is abortion by far.
Right. And Brother Daniels, keep your thought. And Brother Daniels was talking about and the stuff that we talk about that matters, right? We're not even talking about the stuff that really matters that should be at the top of the thing. That's what I wanted to get back to. Go ahead, Tori.
Right. No, you're exactly right. We can go right there because that's what I was leading up to, because we need to get past like these so-called areas we shouldn't talk about.
Right.
Let's not talk about them. They're not that important to what we need as a group to proceed. And we need to be on that. Like that's got to be our goal, is to get on that. Like we got to move as one, even though there's philosophical stuff that's going on that we do not need to agree on. It's not even
and there is, and I'm gonna throw it to Mark. And then what I say is that because my counter argument to pro-lifers is we make these little pookies and everything, and everybody loves them when they're little. But then when they turn 13, 14, 15, and they're carjacking you or what have you, and doing this and the third, just lock them up, kill them, and put them in the electric chair. And the mama was insufficient. The mama, So there's that. So I'm going to throw it to you, Brother Daniels.
Yeah, I just think that, the it's hard to put like a, pro-life, pro-choice, pro-abortion. And I mean, it's hard, to put the labels and everything. I am, that is not in my pay grade to put, to put a definite judgment on those things. I just know that the decisions are very difficult. And I know that it's case by case thing with women and men together as they go through that decision. It would just be great if there was a partnership with some people who really wanted to share, like you did, Mills, share exactly what happens, their stories. So maybe
real quick. What my mom would tell you though is that it was her choice.
Right.
And I thank God she did have the choice.
Yeah.
And there's been times in my life where I was like, man, you should have had the abortion. But go ahead. You know what I mean?
I'm glad she did not. I just think we just make things so simple in the media and in news, you got just people just they'll kill you to death, by telling you, that you're doing wrong and that you're doing right. I think it's just so hard. It's a hard balance. And I that issue doesn't define me, but it's just something that I think that we got to be, like you said, we got to be able to have a conversation about it. But honestly, I hate when it always gets into the, we get a Supreme Court justice. Do they believe in abortion? Do they not? You're never going to know. They're never going to tell you. They're never going to say what they really do believe in. But then again, should they? And sometimes I don't think that they should. I just think that it is something that we have to, I mean, I'm not trying to be diplomatic with this. I'm just trying to say there's got to be some other way, is what I'm saying. There's got to be some other way for you to be able to be loving to both sides of that situation, And but my personal feeling is, I wish that that no one would get one. I wish that there was some other avenue for the person who find themselves in that position. But again, I know how difficult it is to be in.
Listen,
And,
it's a lot of
you know,
power for one woman to have. And
it
I'm going to
is.
say this too. That is a lot of power because essentially, and no one's talking about this side of it. And I'm going to move on. I'm going to move on because I'm not a woman. But I mean, they could be blackmailing people. I don't want worst case scenariolize this. But now you really got a guy by his Chicago nads, so to speak. Wow. You know, so. But yeah, but I would say I'm definitely no. I would definitely say I'm pro-choice, but I wouldn't say that that's not a reason why I would vote for someone or
No,
not
I
vote
wouldn't
for
either.
someone.
Yeah,
Right.
I wouldn't let that be a
Right.
litmus test.
Right.
Right.
Mine personally is yes or no on reparations. You know what I mean? That's me. All that other stuff, it goes back to going into,
It's
what's
after that.
important.
Everything else is after that.
Correct. Because no, police brutality is awful. But is that at the top of what's going on in our communities? And I know, we hear white supremacists say, black on black crime. Yeah, so is white on white crime. I'm going to get that out right away.
Every race.
Right.
They just
does
only
crime against
highlight
itself.
ours. Right. At the highest rate.
But that being said, we got to stop this stupid shit.
Absolutely.
Yeah, how do we
And
do
it's going to
that?
be
That's
men like us that's going to put a stop to it. I was talking to people who are here's something I want to talk to you about, both you brothers, Brother Daniels and Tori. When I talked to a street element, and it gets to a point where they just classify all of us as nerds, and nothing they're doing we can be a part of. We can't work with them and they can't work. We're just nerds, right? And listen, I'm gonna tell you the other side of it. And then those who go off and take the education route gets a wall, and this is all a wall erected by white supremacy. They get a wall that all of those guys are thugs and recluse, and we can't work with them. And so the problem is every other race of people is working with them. They're not talking about it, but they're working with them. And because everybody's working with each other, right? You're not having the heinous crimes and the robbery and all of that kind of stuff because everybody's working with each other. So we have to kind of.
It's just a movement that we have to, like, we have to rotate. We have to rotate the money. Like, we have to rotate it. We have to rotate it in our communities. We have to,
share the knowledge.
Really sacrifice and take a short sometime to rotate it in our community, because it's fact that if everybody in your community is doing good, who's gonna rob anything?
Right.
It alleviates that element, and they have to move on from there.
Hurt people, healthy people, heal people. Brother Daniels, final segment, it's a 5-minute segment. Any myths about what you do or anything about your life that you want to clear up if anybody's out there listening?
Republican.
Yes. Everybody wonders why, and then you come out here and talk about family and God and country, and then you wonder why this guy Tory suggests to the world on live, we're at the end of the last show, why he suggests that this guy's a Republican.
I never did that.
Well, I mean,
I got receipts.
I can see how that's easy to do. No, I'm not a Republican, but yes, I do lean conservative for sure. That's the myth. So
Hold on himself. He's telling his position.
Oh,
go
sorry.
ahead. No, go ahead, bro.
Well, that's a myth right there. Yeah, that I'm, Trumpster, Republican, which I am not. I do lean conservative, but I think a lot of us do. I mean, we may not admit it, but I do think a lot of us do. So yes, I do lean conservative. But yeah.
Well, if black people were smart, we would lean conservative. That's why we leaned conservative when we were in the South and we were still families and family based.
Exactly.
because the conservative is talking about a smaller government, and if we're saying the government has had its foot on our neck and white supremacy has been using the government as a tool and vice versa to keep their foot on our neck, one would think that we would want to keep to ourselves, because we do better when we're to ourselves, and keep this government as small as possible. That's what conservatism is about. Go ahead, brother Daniel.
It is. You're right. It is about smaller government. It's about less influence government in your lives, and I do definitely believe that. I think that,
and those programs are going to the white people. They're telling us that they're for us. It's more white people on public aid, pink people and whites. Go ahead. Nope. Sorry.
I mean, if this COVID thing has told us one thing, is this now I believe that this is when government should get involved, when situations like this COVID situation has happened, where this was not caused by anyone. This is when government should come in. But I don't believe government should come in every little aspect, every little skirmish that we have, every little disagreement. I don't believe government needs to come into everything. But when it's something that, like, say, for instance, if you cannot get an operation, you have no money, you have no resources, government needs to come in and help out. I think that in those cases, in the extreme, but not in every aspect, I think lesser government is definitely, why I lean conservative. But this is one area with COVID. I may not agree with everything that has happened with the government, but I do believe this is one area where the government should have been able to have the resources to get us out of this quicker than what it did. Yes. Yeah, I do believe so. I'm gonna.
Go ahead, Nope. Go ahead. Handle your business. Tori,
hang on a second.
You want me to mute? Go ahead. Handle your business. And I was going to throw out there, Tori, he was talking about, small government and everything, and his stance on that. These programs. It's good, Nope. You getting that bag. These programs, these programs have never been for us. They're never about us.
Right. Every program that they said was for us, it was unwritten rule.
It went
and the
to
bottom
immigrants
and the
and
layers
and
the
white
layers.
people.
It was for someone else. It was never for us. And every time they say it, they be like, now that the people of color and all of this rhetoric, when it's not directly for us, we don't benefit from it. Like,
you can even say affirmative action. I mean, we know who benefits more from that now. I mean, every vendor, almost every business now that I deal with is
white women.
WBE.
White women.
Right.
White women, yeah.
It's a white woman. I mean,
I'm not saying I'm against them using that, but that's just.
I kind of am, because
I'm against it.
It should be
he can't say it.
They shouldn't even be minorities.
He can't say it. He's corporate.
Right.
I'm glad he's not.
That's
against
why
it.
I said I could say it.
Yeah, I can say it too. And we know you're not saying it. Yeah. I'm against it.
You shouldn't say it.
No. It should be legit.
You shouldn't feel that way.
It should be legit. It should be a real woman-owned business. It should be a real woman.
They shouldn't get it at all.
Right.
That stuff was fought for us. We fought for it. We pushed all the way through. They shouldn't get it at all, and I'm not ashamed to say it.
The white person is not a minority. So
they're sleeping with the slave master.
Craziness that feminism brought into the scene. Like, a white woman is a white person, and white people, are running it. So how is that a minority?
Correct. When you're married to them and you're raising the kids, but that's how we, But again, that's why we move away from those programs. Just cut the crap, cut the check, and you'll never hear any of this from us, America.
And
cut
when
the crap, cut the check.
When they leave us alone and let us to ourselves,
we prosper
very well. Very well.
What advice would you give to your 9-year-old self walking around through the boogie if you had a time machine?
Wow, 9-year-olds. Wow,
yeah.
9-year-old self. Boy.
And I don't want to hear this crap about I wouldn't change a thing. I'm saying a nugget of information.
9 years old. 9 years old.
Standing there for the curveball. Something. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I would definitely tell my 9-year-old self, stop being so lazy. I would say, you know what? Have fun. I would say have fun for sure. If you're gonna, like, say for instance, I remember when we were the little pee-wee football team come into our area. I think I was in grade school, and I kept listening to, you're too small to play football. You're too small to play football. I kept listening to that. I would tell my 9-year-old self, get out there and play. Get out there and play. Don't listen to people. Don't listen to peer pressure. If you want to do it, go out there and try hard. Don't let people talk you out of it. If something that you really want to do, don't be talked out of it. That's what I would say.
And then I would be disingenuous if I didn't ask you this question. Self Love had it all written out, but I'm sure he probably wanted to hold back. But how fast were you clocked in the 40? You're from the East Boogie. And I ain't gonna lie, I asked every single person from the Boogie that. The girls, all of them, intellectual. We be in biology lab. I'd be like, how fast can you run? I bet you can't beat me running. So I got to ask, were you clocked? Did all y'all get clocked at 13?
I don't think so. You know what? They probably were looking at everybody in gym class. I wasn't the slowest and I wasn't the fastest, put it that way. But
It's tough to be the fastest in the Boogie. I hate to be so harsh and crash. I bet your mid-range would probably kick the mid-range at my high school's ass.
But it's funny, and when you're at East St. Louis, man, just the football team, I swear I never saw them guys in class. Sorry, I don't. I went to high school after, maybe before Stalling, so I'm sure that he went to class. But the '84 team, I don't know.
Yeah, well, Stallings had it all figured out, and his uncle or his dad was AD or something, a defensive coordinator at some point. So I wouldn't have been going to class if I was in Stallings' position. Somebody would have had to make me, but it would have had to be the coach. All right. Well, so that's your advice. Don't be so lazy. Great advice. Any family quotes, scriptures, words of wisdom that you hang your hat on, that you may be passing down to your family? And I'll give you an example. Black and berry, the sweetest juice. The guy who gets you got to climb to the top of the tree to get the best fruit. Stuff they say in the South, and you'd be like, oh, there's an old drunk person talking. But then it turns out to be
real
life.
Shit.
Yeah, hell yeah, real shit. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, my grandfather would say some things. My grandfather, he raised chickens for sport, and he would always say,
they was chicken fighting.
Don't run around like a scared chicken, So he would always tell us that. Don't run around like a scared chicken.
I've heard that. I've heard that. Haven't you heard that, Self? I have heard that. I've heard that. Don't run around like a scared chicken.
And so
I've never heard that.
And my father would always say, head up, don't ever not look somebody in the eye. He would always tell me, head up, head up, Mark, head up. I tell my son that.
We were breaking the culture. You got to realize we were conditioned, especially around white people. And I still see people doing it. They can't look white people in the eyes. And they don't even know that they're doing it. And that's where people are like, nah, you know what I mean? And then when you look at them, they can't look you in the eyes. See, and that's the trick.
That's what I said. Like,
that's true.
Black
folks,
if
they're pink, the white ones can. Go ahead.
A lot of black folks ain't on code, man. They just don't know the code to be on it for the most part.
So
but
right down that note, we have to do a show and we have to define what the code is. I mean, seriously, because the code, what is the code? The DNC has changed their code. Everybody has a code. We got to come up with a code. We can do a show on the code. That's a great idea, Self. Recommend a book. And I always tell people the good book is always great. And so don't feel the need not to say it. But if you do want to say that book, I ask you to add another book on top of it for our viewers.
Well, we read a book in this book club I was in called The Color of Law. I recommend that people read that book, The Color of Law. It was a hard book to read because it talks about all the laws that have been enacted related to housing and zoning to keep Black people in check. So it was that was mind opening to me. I didn't like reading it. I was forced to read it, but it really made it clear just how, we put laws in place with somebody creates them and they have an alternative motive for doing some of these laws.
Facts.
So that's a good book, The Color of Law.
color of law.
Yeah, we need to put that on the list. Real quick, Money B, Michael Brown, capital ship LOD. He said, yo to Brother Daniels. I'm the overseer, said, love to Mama Mills. Yeah, big ups. Hey, I'm going to be out there too. And Ace said he's going to be there. Ace said just coming in from baseball. Jackie Robinson West. That's the real Jackie Robinson. I know y'all was perpetrating in East Boogie. He said his touchdown in Vegas late Friday. We got to link up. Yeah, buddy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, buddy. And then Asa Patterson said that was a great book. And then he said, I've heard of it. So he's a per animal. He's a per animal. So
he's got
please clarify that per animal, Pat. I got a question for you. I forgot to ask you. It's of a philosophical nature, like the math question was. Think about the person that, you know, when you close your eyes at night, you cannot live a second without, you know, I know that's a tough question because life goes on. Life is for the living. But the person that you couldn't afford to lose psychologically, emotionally, right? So now this person needed a heart transplant. And you, through all of your logistics at FedEx, through all of your connections to Mike Mack, and you were able to get on the black market and get you a heart shipped over there. And it was a gin, though. That heart came out of a genie's bottle because you know that heart was donated by some poor kid, you know, could have been growing up in the boogie, but normally these poor kids on the other side of the world, or a poor adult. Black market. Not they were willing. People always ask, were they willing? Did they sell to have their heart cut out? I mean, come on, Americans, stop doing that kind of stupid shit. Did they want to get bombed? Maybe they wanted to get bombed. You know, we got a lot of white privilege in us and we're black. So my question to you is, if you can get that organ off of the black market to save this precious person's life, but you knew that a poor third world child had to sacrifice for it, would you make that happen?
Woo, man.
Before you answer, I used to ask this in my Uber when I was Ubering for money, you know, part-time. And it's 50-50, bro. I mean, I don't want to say there's a right or a wrong answer, but I swear it's 50-50 right down the joint on that answer.
Wow, that's a tough one.
It's even tougher to answer live on
yeah.
Yeah, isn't it?
Oh, you mean would I take that person's heart?
Yeah, somebody you don't know to save somebody that you know the most.
Oh boy.
Now I'm gonna tell you this: it's a heart business too. So it's not like it's not you know it's extenuated that you are supporting this terrorism. Like just because you don't buy the heart doesn't mean that person's not already dead, right? So they're not going out to kill this person to get you the heart. It's a business that's run on the underground, and they got this little thing going.
Oh boy.
And kids are gonna die on the other side of the world, whether you buy this heart or not. That's what I'm saying.
Man, I don't know.
That's fair. That's fair, bro.
I don't know.
That's
I like to think that
that's the first I don't know I've gotten. I'll tell you that. That's the first I don't know.
Wow.
Me and Tori are opposite on the answer.
What?
Of course, he has kids and I don't.
Yeah.
Tori. Here, let me change this view here. Yeah. Tori, go ahead, Tori. Would you say that?
I said, yep. I would do it. I mean, but you know, I've also have other circumstances that Nine has not had. Well, he's had close to it, but I've, you know, when hit and run over, you know, left.
Oh yeah, he's left. I've never left.
Right.
Yeah.
So I left, and I know, you know, I mean, what it is, and I'm not afraid to die or afraid for them to die. It's just we have exit points, and you don't have to leave all the time. And when you don't leave when you could, there's a huge advantage to advancing your soul. Is my whole.
So you're saying that could be God or the source providing you a way
I mean, let's think. This person who you say, here's why I say I wouldn't do it, because for me, I would tell everybody I love, don't do it. I don't need that in my life. When it's my time to go, I'm going. It's a transition. You know what I mean? And I know that dying is the greatest high. So let me have that. You know, this isn't about me, it's about you. Now, what if you save this person and they grew up to become Adolf Hitler? What if you save this person and they become Gandhi? You know, it's a philosophical question. What if you save this person and they get hit by a car tomorrow? What if they end up selling drugs? This is a thing. So
the thing
me
is,
personally, I could never do it. But what I told Tori, hold on, bro, let me finish. What I told Tori is this. I would ask that person, I would explain that person's scenario. I would tell the person that this goes against me and everything I stand for. I will do this for you, but this goes against me, my religion, my foundation, everything. I'm putting my whole soul at risk. And do you want this?
Right.
That's what I would do.
Yeah, but
and I would advise them, take your medicine.
From what I know and feel, that's a lot of that's not relevant to the conversation.
But I don't have kids either.
Right. And you ain't been where I've been either. So that's why I say a lot of that's not.
Well, we'll all be there. I mean, you know, that, but because you've been there doesn't give you some sort of, we all got to go there. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And I have been there. Where do you think I was before I got here?
I would just hate to be, I would hate to be faced with that one. Sure.
I hear you, bro. We'll leave that where it is, because we're wrapping it up. So recommend a Black-owned restaurant. It could be anywhere. It could be in the Boogie. It could be in Chicago. It could be anywhere in the world. We do travel. We do
a Rice House. I bet you that.
Damn, Black-owned. You know what? I went to a Jamaican restaurant not too long ago, and
Jamaicans will open a restaurant, boy. They ain't got no problem opening a restaurant. My black restaurant I go to is Jamaican.
It wasn't. I can't say it was the best. Damn, Black-owned restaurant. Good grief.
Foundational Black. Big up to the Jamaicans. We love them all.
Yeah, foundational. Black-owned. I don't even know.
Talking about Pookie and Cray Cray.
I haven't been to a Black-owned restaurant in years. I could even when I was.
Wow.
Well, that's what this is about.
Right.
So
I won.
What's up? What's the Noob's business? We'll throw out the Noob's business, and then maybe you can go. Yeah, we're gonna give you one. Self. What's the place on 47th you go to all the time? You get the fish.
Is it vegetarian?
Well, they do got some vegetarian options. It's the
that's the one that's Black-owned. The one you go to when you get that big snapper.
Yeah.
It's not too far from Dr. Law's office.
You know, he's Jamaican though, but you know what I mean.
But his mom is cooking it for him.
Yo.
Yeah,
we talk about straight up black, just like, you know.
That's black.
Yeah.
Black-owned. We don't care what kind of food they're selling. They could be selling Indian foods as long as you know it's owned by foundation.
Oh, he's
Black-owned.
Man, that's a shame, isn't it? Isn't it a shame that we?
I don't want to count Jamaicans. Right. You know, we're looking for recycling our money. We settle for Jamaicans. But come on. At the end of the day,
situation.
We should be at a point. To 10, 12 restaurants that's Black-owned.
Correct. That's what this conversation is about. This is the way it used to be.
Ja Grill, like the law said, it's another Jamaican spot.
But bro, everything in the black community used to be Black-owned, and that's what we got to get back to, man. The Brown Belt, everything was black. It wasn't this nonsense. You go over on 92nd, something.
Hey,
every place was Black-owned.
And that's what our community's supposed to be. Listen, it was before we had this. We could spend money with white people. They didn't want our money, and it was 80%. Marriage and black families, and the money rotated more than anything, and we did very well. But then when
those people died, they raised their kids to not have to do what they do, and not have to work, and not have to grind, and not have to respect their restaurant. Let me get this out, or their store, or their building. And then those people died, and their kids sold everything to whoever the highest bidder was, and that's how we lost everything in our community.
Well, also,
that is how we lost it.
Government made it legal.
Government had nothing to do with what I just explained. Government. Nothing.
Okay. It did to me. You know, you can say that all you want.
We could make.
We own the businesses, and the kids sold
you should listen. You're talking and you're not listening. So we when we were they made laws that we could spend money with other people. People spent money with other people, and then that changed the whole dichotomy.
The government didn't make us spend money with other people, Tory.
Hey, Okay, the propaganda that was led by our
it's
people.
excuses, man. We greater than that. What
Our
I'm saying, bro,
I'm talking about.
I'm listening.
Martin
We're
Luther
not
King had
arguing,
us
bro.
eating at
You're not listening. You're not listening.
I am.
You're listening, but you're not understanding. You're listening, but you're not understanding. That has nothing to do with the government. Where we spend our money when we go out and choose where we're going to eat, Tori. Nothing. When you just said, Noop, you just said that all those businesses were owned by black people. Integration happened. I understand integration happened. I know integration happened, Noop. Now, what happened to the businesses that we owned when integration
the programming
happened?
and so exactly what you said happened, that they sold everything, and it was the programming.
We sold everything.
I didn't have no businesses then. They that I'm talking about is us in that case. So I'm agreeing with you.
Man, listen, I feel you, bro. I feel you. It goes back to what I'm trying to say, man, is we got to get our families together, and when we own shit and get shit, we got to keep it. You know what I mean? And like that, you know. And so what black businesses will say, and maybe what you're saying, Tori, is when that opened up, I don't know, were we getting stuff cheaper? Were we just saying that we wanted to have white food? Like, I think that after integration, and I'd love to get some of our elders in here, I don't think black people just stop eating at black restaurants like pickaninnies. I don't think we stop shopping with black businesses. I think our kids, their kids and grandkids started that. That's what I think.
Agreement. Totally agree.
Which would be us.
From their lack that was before us. That was our parents, actually. It was not us.
So it would have been our parents' generation.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. Start selling all the shit.
Yes.
Yeah, cashing out.
It's a shame.
We cashed out and we sold it to non-blacks. That's what we did. Now, you know, and how many people have funerals? And we don't want to have him here. We can let him go. But how many people have funerals, Noop, and then sell off all the family stuff, cashing out?
How about people running when someone dies to get in the house and lock the door and change the locks? Happened right next door to where my mom is at.
Hey, Noop.
I was like, what?
Noop, we got a quick, I promise you it's only 7 minutes. It's a special, the name game. You know, we always design these for our guests. So our job is not to make you look unintelligent. Are you familiar with are you familiar with a guy who fancies himself a rapper, some sort of a rapper? He's from Compton. He goes by the Game.
I've heard of him.
Okay. All right. Well, in many of the Game's songs, you know, what he does, Noop, is he's a notorious name dropper, right? And then him being from Cali, the LA area, he should know better than that, because that's like a taboo. You know, that's like the N-word, Noop. Dropping names. So, you know, in LA, you know, I know Mark Daniels. You know, people say that kind of stuff like you're supposed to cast them in a part. You know what I mean? And it doesn't work. So the Game he did that, and big ups to the Game. We love the way he moves. You know, he's a good guy. Here he is here. And since he dropped so many names, what we've done is constructed a game where it's okay, Noop, for you to drop names. All right? So what happens out?
No, this is the first explanation I've heard. This time I've heard this explanation. I'm enjoying it.
Man, it's the game.
Right.
So here's the thing, Noop. I'm going to give you a free clue. And then, yes, but any wrong guess is going to cost you a point. Any wrong guess will lost you a point. All right. The first 3 series of questions are 6-pointers. So those are going to be considered easier. Self Love's our scorekeeper. And I got the porkerometer. Here we go. Can we say porkerometer? Here we go. I don't know what the fuck. Nothing. All right. Here we go. All right. This free clue, this is a place. That's your freebie. This place
is an eatery on the Illini campus.
Okay.
Was an eatery on the Illini campus. Next clue. It was named after one of the school colors.
Oh, the orange. That's where I met my wife at.
Really? All right, big ups to the orange. Yeah, man, you gotta let her know it's a corporate place now. Oh, you've been back. Yeah, it's corporate, man. The orange ain't. I know that's gotta hurt. Yeah,
that's even called the orange anymore.
No, it's a bunch of different corporate restaurants. It's like a food circle. Yeah, food court.
No, so it's the Armory.
Wow.
They got all types of stuff in there.
All right, so that was a 4-pointer.
Okay.
He got 4 points for that. Here we go.
That was the second.
Huh?
That was the second
question.
Clue.
Yeah, because the first one was
also
eatery on the Illini campus, and the second was one of the school colors.
So they 2 points.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, you deduct 2. Deduct 1 for each miss. So it's a 4-pointer. All right, here we go here. No free clues. This greater man started a well-known men's social college fraternity in 1911. This well-known greater man started a well-known men's social college fraternity in the year 1911.
That's my only clue.
That was going to be your only one. I'll give you another one.
Could that be?
Hey, so this is why they did it for Carnival.
Yeah, the Carnival. It was the Carnival.
Brother Diggs.
Yep. That's it.
Ding, 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 ding,
Ding, ding. I wasn't going to give you another clue on that. Now, if you weren't a beta noob, I would have thrown you another clue. So we were looking for Elder Watson Diggs for the nation. He was known as the Dreamer. He's the founder of Kappa Alpha Psi. Big yo to that invisible brother. And his cousin, I think, started the AKAs. Cousin or aunt? Cousin. Niece? Cousin.
Someone very close to him.
Yeah, it's cousin. First cousin. All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Last one in the first series. So for that one, he's got a full 6 points on that one. All right, here we go. Free clue. This noob is not from Chicago. That's your free clue. This noob is not from Chicago.
Okay.
Scored 100 points in a National Basketball Association game.
That would be Wilt Chamberlain.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yo, to that invisible. Wilt is still big yo. He was throwing up the 3-point sign before they even had a 3-pointer in the league.
That would be great to be at that game.
Man.
Be at that game?
Bro, if you had an all noob team, you'd have like Penny Hardaway, Wilt Chamberlain. What's my man name from Celtics?
Dennis Johnson? Is it Dennis Johnson?
Oh. He might have been a noob too, but no, the legend from the Celtics. Shit. Won 12 chips.
Bill Russell.
Yes. Bill Russell's a noob. Man, you got
Oscar Robinson.
Oh, you had Oscar Robinson at the 3, Bill Russell playing the 4. No, 4. Wilt playing the 5. Penny playing the 5, and then we got a 1, and we got to have a 2.
Allen Houston.
Oh, wow, Allen Houston.
Wow, and he's a shooter, too.
That's Eric Alchemy, Allen Houston.
Yes. Yeah. Yo to Eric Alchemy and yo to Allen Houston. I never thought about that. Yeah, they was probably perpetrating. If I was Ock, I'd have been him, at Kappa events. Yeah, I'm Allen Houston. Yeah, you look shorter on TV. Shut up.
Well,
All right, here we go. So that was that number 3, Self? No.
That was 3.
All right, we got to get this going, man. Get him out of here. Yeah, okay.
It was 3.
All right, so this one is, these next ones are going to be worth 9 points to the scorekeeper.
Oh, wow.
All right. Here we go. And you're going up against Kareem Pender, has a higher score. He got 155. We didn't verify it on Coney yet. We haven't done his scoring yet. So here we go. There's no free clue on this one. This individual was a 1991 fifth round pick by the Miami Dolphins linebacker. First clue, 1991. Think about 1991.
Brian
Fifth
Cox.
round pick.
Brian
Wow, shit. See, so because he's from the boogie, you know what I mean? Yeah. V Cox. Yeah, that's a full 9-pointer. Damn. Yeah. All right. See, I could tell who uses their brain and they don't just show. All right, here we go. Here we go.
He spit on a couple players one time.
Yeah, he was a bear too.
Yeah,
Bears got rid of him too early. All right, here we go. Yeah, he was a beast. He might have been steroiding up. I don't know that for fact, and I can't say that about him and his family, so I'll take that back. But the spitting on people would definitely make you think something happened. All right, but here we go. Here we go. All right, no free clue. No free clue. 402 East Armory was named after this greater man.
Who is Earl B. Dickerson?
That is right. And just for everybody else, just so they can know the magnitude of this great man, he founded the Greater Beta chapter, one of the first to charter the Greater Beta chapter. He was one of the first blacks to earn University of Chicago law degree. He also fought for rights and fought for black attorneys. He chartered the Beta of... What are you saying, Self?
He was the leader and created the
1 second, okay.
Yeah,
the life insurance company, and he was the lead attorney for the book from Lorraine Hansberry.
Not MetLife. What was the other one? Yeah, I think my mom used to work for them. Yeah. He started that. Yeah. All right, here we go though. 9-pointer, Self. He got the full 9.
Yeah, that's
all right.
Number 2 in 9s.
Free clue. This individual is from the greater city of Chicago. This individual is from the greater city of Chicago. That's a free clue, Self-Love. Here we go. This woman's soulmate first name is Barry. Soulmate.
Barry.
Nickname is Barry. Soulmate's nickname is Barry.
Oh.
Do you want another clue? This person is from Chicago. This person's soulmates. Wow. So I'm processing. Hey, I'm starting to understand why this guy was a captain. You know what I mean? As slow as he's processing, he got you fucked up. He was a head knocker.
Yeah.
That thinking.
He wasn't head knocker.
I wasn't head.
Yeah, I know. You didn't have time for all that.
Yep.
But he could have got you all the right answers back at the post meetings, between you and your guys. Yeah, he'd have been that. He'd had you all the right answers. All of them.
Not enough time.
Nah. Not for that. All right, here we go. Is this the last of the 9-point series?
No, that was the last. Unless you got 4. That was 3.
Was that 3? Okay. So now we're moving into the 12-point. 6, 9, 12. Yes, 12. These are worth 12. Okay. No free clue. This person became a very internationally famous human punching bag for Ike.
Who is Tina Turner?
Somebody knows that boogie. Human punching bag for Ike. There's a lot more to that dynamic. I'm just going by the TV and Hollywood is always crap. All right, here we go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's a whole nother show. Start talking about supporting him, you're in trouble. All right, so here we go. Free clue. This individual is not from Chicago. That's a free clue. Here we go. This human is not from Chicago.
Not from Chicago.
comedian. Internationally famous comedian who now resides in the sticks in Mississippi. Internationally world famous everyday name comedian.
David Chappelle.
Wow. How does he know these things?
Wait, where does he live?
He's in the sticks in Mississippi, man. Him and his Asian wife bought a property down there. And,
I thought it was Ohio. But Dave Chappelle,
well, I'm saying Mississippi. If you got some other receipts, then feel free to pull those receipts together and correct us at any point. But as far as I knew, it was Mississippi. Now, here we go. So was that the last of the 12 points?
That was the second.
Should be one more.
12-pointer, right?
Yeah, should be one more of the 12 pointers. Yeah, he got that on one clue, Noop. One clue. All right. This should be the last of the 12 pointers, or there's something wrong with my counting system. But we'll do all the math. Here we go, Noop. Your free clue is this person is not from Chicago. I'll give you a free clue. This man is not from Chicago. This man is not from Chicago. So here we go. First clue. This man dropped out of Juilliard in New York, and went on to become a famous jazz musician.
Would that be Miles Davis?
Ding, 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 ding. And Miles Davis is a jazz musician. He was born in Alton, Illinois, but he was raised in the boogie.
In the boogie.
Yeah. He attended Juilliard, sucked up enough information there, probably figured out these crackers and these pink people can't teach me shit. And he left. His mom was a music teacher. And his dad was a dentist. I know you're somewhat of an anti-dentite. You think it's all a sham.
No.
You know what I mean? He's an anti-dentite, so if he thinks it's all a sham.
I love that.
All right, so that was that should have been 12 points.
Yes, that's the third of that round.
And Ace said that Dave Chappelle lives in Ohio.
Yes.
All right, he knew where I was going with the question.
Right. And that's why I didn't want to change it. You know, the answer, I just wanted to change that.
Well, we want to be accurate. Yeah.
Right.
According to Ace, I don't know.
According to Ace.
According to Ace, I guess
Ace,
words didn't have nothing to say about it. That said that.
Oh, okay.
Ace does research. Here we go. Oh, these are the 18 pointers, Mark. So these are the money ones, man.
Mm-hmm.
All right, listen closely. This man is not from Chicago. Self, that was a free clue. This man is not from Chicago. Technically, that's 2 free clues if you're a good listener. Here we go. I don't know if I can say this. Okay. This statewide known man, his name could be synonymous in street circles with penis oral sex. So this man is not from Chicago. He's known all over the state of Illinois. And his name could be synonymous with penis oral sex. Would you like another clue? These are the 18
Sure. I'm going to need one.
His name is synonymous with penis oral sex. Second clue. This man is a graduate of Assumption High School in East Boogie.
Oh, Dick Durbin?
Dick Durbin! Yeah! Dick Durbin. I don't know. But here in LA, Durbin means something. When I got here, I don't know if it's a generational thing or what.
But I got here something that's like he's derb. What are you talking about?
Oh man, that's a good one.
Huh?
Okay, so 2 clues. How much was that?
Yeah, it took him 2 clues. So that's 16 points. Yeah.
All right.
That's 16 points. All right, here we go. Another one for 18 points. This individual this man is not from Chicago. Self, that was a free clue. This man is not
from Chicago.
Right. There we go. This man fancies himself a rapper and started with the G Unit. This man fancies himself some sort of a rapper and started out with a rap crew called the G Unit.
Nelly.
No, it's minus.
Minus, not Nelly.
Well, no, we don't subtract until he gets another clue.
Oh,
all right, here's the other clue. Here's the other clue. He is from Compton. He fancies himself some kind of a rapper. He's not from Chicago. Of course, he is from Compton. Some people may call it Bompton. Next clue. Notorious name dropper. This man is not from Chicago. Fancies himself some sort of a rapper. He's from the G Unit. He's from Compton, but he may call it Bompton. He's a notorious name dropper.
Who is this? I get it. Notorious B.I.G. Who is this? Compton. Who is this?
Next clue. Next clue. This guy had a major beef with 50 Cent in the Self Luv Show. In the Self Luv Show, which you can see every Tuesdays and Wednesdays at 7 p.m. Central Standard, has fashioned a game named after this individual.
He's not. Who is that?
The Self Luv Show has fancied a game named after this individual.
I don't know who that is.
This is going to cost himself. This is going to cost him. So we got not from Chicago. He's a man. He fancies himself some sort of a rapper from the G.
First one's a free one, so this is,
Yeah, you're right. And he's from Compton.
From Compton. Not P. Diddy. Who is that?
He's a notorious name dropper. Notorious name dropper. Drops so many names that the Self Luv Show, that you can watch live every Tuesdays and Wednesdays at 7 p.m. Central Standard, has fashioned a game that we're playing right now, named it after him.
Like shared, just,
Okay, we're going to do this because he gets, if there's anybody, he's going to phone a friend. Everybody gets a phone a friend. So we're going to save your phone a friend. So he needs chat help. Don't worry about it, bro. This happens to everybody. This happens to everybody at some question. Here we go. So you're going to get chat help on that one. Let's go, chat. Ace, anybody from the Boogie? Friends of the show? Here we go. Well, you're going to be pissed when you get that one.
Oh, man.
Okay, yeah, they already answered it.
Who is it?
Self, you want to tell them?
The game name
game.
The game
name game. See, so
game.
Yeah, his head knocker life would have ended right there, wouldn't it?
I've been done.
That head knocker life ain't for everybody.
Yeah.
He said
So
the game.
what was that? All right, 1, 2, 3. Was that?
Well. Hold
call
on.
a friend.
Yeah, because the call a friend, we don't charge him for. The free was that he's a man. But so we gave him G Unit, that was 1 point. We gave him from Compton, that was 2 points. And we said he was a name dropper, that was 3 points. And he had the beef with 50, and I combined that with a clue with the name game. So he had 4 clues on that. So that's a 14 pointer. 14 pointer. We started out asking you, this guy fancies himself as some sort of a rapper. That's why we do that. Everything we do here on the Self Love Show is for a purpose. Right, here we go.
16 questions for them.
This is the last one, and then you got the money ball. So this one's worth
100.
No, this one's 18.
Mhm.
The last one's going to be 36. Here we go. We're scoring it like we scored the other cat, Penny. Here we go. You're representing not just yourself, but you're representing your family, your ancestors, your kids, your kids, kids, Kamikaze Death Squad. I mean, come on. It's the last one. Stay focused. You got 2 more. Here we go. Here we go. All right, here we go. All right. No free clues for this one. This king, Silverback, is said to have been the founder / discoverer of the greater city of Chicago.
The discoverer of Chicago?
Correct.
Wow.
First settler, so to speak.
Oh, man. I have no idea who that is.
Wow.
Second clue. 1750. This isn't your fault that you don't know who this is. I mean, first of all, you're not from Chi, so. But Tori will say that this is not your fault because every other city would have been named after. But here we go.
Yeah.
1750 settler believed to be of Haitian origin. So he's a 1750 settler believed to be of Haitian origin, but that's not necessarily known. And he's known as the founder of Chi, been verified by, and he's a black man. He's been verified by white science. Of course, you can't discover nothing where there's already people there. That's why, Okay, here we go. Next clue. He was the first to establish an extensive and prosperous trading settlement on the Chicago River.
I should know this. I don't.
Last clue, and then you can phone a friend or text a ship. Last clue, though. Last clue. There is a Chicago high school and a museum.
Could it be
named after him, located
Double?
There it is. And before that, take your family to the museum. John Baptiste Point du Sable. Yeah. And Tori has said that should be every day. I used to think LaSalle discovered Chi. LaSalle is fancy, man.
Hey, man, I'm just telling you, man. Almost every city discovered by anybody is named after them.
But this black man, we got to dig deep and have a little museum.
I'm gonna get a little deep with you, Mark, for a second. Like when DuSable got here, this is still, when DuSable got here, the same thing that's been going on right now was happening with our people. And it was our people that was already here. The same thing, killing each other and all that.
Crazy.
He came and bridged some things and got the whole currency going, and everybody, chilled for a moment in time. This matrix is cyclical. So, and that's what happened, and it's been going on the same land, the same place where we are, like where a lot of the killing goes on. It's been going on way before any of this.
That's crazy.
United States or what have you.
All right, so that was the 18-pointer. Yeah, good point. So if that was an 18-pointer, and we gave him 1750 settler. First, we gave him founder of the Chi. First to establish an extensive and prosperous. So we gave him 4 clues. So you got 14 on that one.
Yes, sir.
And here is the final one. This is the money ball, bro. It's worth 36 points. You don't have a shot in Hades if you don't get the money ball. All right. So here we go for the money ball.
Who is this?
This individual, I'll give you a clue. This individual is not from the greater city of Chicago. Right?
All right, we're a Chicago-friendly show, so I don't want you thinking that. All right, here we go. This is for 36 points, ladies and gentlemen. This was the lead male actor who starred in Let's Do It Again. He should know this self because he's older than us. Ooh, ooh, ooh. The lead male actor from the, some would say, black exploitive film Let's Do It Again. I wouldn't say it was exploitation.
I don't know, man, because we didn't travel to, you know, the state and all over the place during science fairs.
So you don't think he was watching Let's Do It Again? His mom and dad was watching Let's Do It Again. I can guarantee you that his mom and dad was.
They might have told him not to, and he was on the straight and narrow.
yeah. But
so you don't watch this. This is for grown-ups. Not a grown-up.
He was older, man. If I saw it, he saw it. But anyway, we're gonna move to the next clue. Then he doesn't have to know it based off of that. I'll give him some history here, though. He's a learned guy. He's a red guy.
Just being silly.
This man was knighted by Queen Elizabeth II. Some may say she's at the top of the world pyramid. Some may say it's her. I say she's just a puppet. In 1974, some say he was knighted by Queen Elizabeth II. He actually was in 1974. And he starred in the film Let's Do It Again.
Black guy.
Black guy. So let's think about when Let's Do It Again was made. And let's think about how many black guys were literally out there starring in films. You were there, I wasn't. So
Sidney Poitier.
Your options were limited. Yes, sir. Sidney Poitier. Yep. He was the first black actor nominated for Best Actor. I knew you would have got that. He was born in Miami, but he was raised in the Bahamas, and Cat on the Hot Tin Roof. If I would have said that, you'd have got it too.
They call him Mr. Tibbs.
So what was the points on that? That was a
Heat of the Night
36er, but
it was a 36er. We gave him starred in Let's Do It Again, knighted by Queen Elizabeth II. And then I started telling him just think about how many black actors were getting lead roles.
I know.
In that time. And he got it. So it was just two.
Knighted. When you said knighted, I was like, oh boy, that can't be Bill Cosby.
Yep, it was going to be Bill Cosby or him. Yep, so it was two self, so that gave him 34 points. And we'll do the final configuration, once we redo it, and we'll let you know where you stand in reference to the high score.
Cool.
Appreciate you doing this, brother. But that wraps it up for us, Snoop. So, man, unless you got any big ups, shout outs.
No, man, I appreciate it. I enjoyed it. You guys are doing great, man. This is excellent. Man, your promos, your skill, you guys' skills level is good. This is great. You guys got something here. I really do.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for being here, man. Because
no.
all of our, like, when we really look at some of the principles that we pledge for, and like, achievement in every field of human endeavor cannot be achieved without every look at the outlook of everyone and how we see things. So it means not one way of thinking. Only way you can achieve everything is to have every form of thinking, and that's at its base to help grow and everything.
I agree.
Yeah, and so, man, alternative thoughts and thinking are welcomed. We are, man, like you've been trained by some other people, that may or may not be pretty or whatever, that we are not thinkers and on that level, I think you're coming to know that.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, Noop, and I appreciate you doing this.
Man.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead, Noop.
No, I said, thank you, love you, period. That's, man, you are exactly what we need to be about. just like we are. You know, we don't accept what we're told. We question everything.
Right.
And make sure that it makes sense and pass down that information.
I agree. We got to always keep asking questions. You know,
Period.
that's the only way we get agreement. We got to all understand where everybody comes from. True.
And Noop, yeah, man, this was great. Appreciate you once again doing this. It's nice, you know, because you never know a person until you sit down and do
true.
something like this.
Real talk.
Yeah.
We'll have
man,
to all sit down and eat a snoot sandwich from East St. Louis one day.
Oh my God.
Well, Self,
see my face?
Self,
he said a snoot sandwich. I mean, you don't eat that.
I have to bring you one. I'll bring you one when I come back.
Well, we got Snoop. Yeah, but we got bucket list items. And maybe I'll look at our 13 steps. Maybe one of those steps would be do a show from the boogie. But we already got stuff like done. But I'll take a look at it, and if we can find something to slide in, because everything's been told to do by Yeshua. So like me and Self, we're gonna go like to Utah and a place, and we're gonna get with the mothership. I mean, you guys, okay. So real quick, at 499 subscribers, like, share, and subscribe. We're gonna skydive. At 999, we're starting the Saturday school. It's gonna be right here online. We're talking to people. You can do it on Zoom. Let's get these little ignorant bastards. And if you guys know what ignorant means, and if you know what bastards mean, I said nothing wrong. We're going to get these little ignorant, fatherless children some knowledge.
Sure.
Okay? And that's Saturday school. And you can be offended by me calling them ignorant bastards if you want. Then read the dictionary and figure it out yourself. Or
Just
the Bible.
be mad by the words.
Whatever.
Whatever.
At $14.99.
Don't get offended. Let's move. Let's grow together. That's all we talking about.
And at $14.99, we're gonna sit down with the missus, the Black Terminator, and we're gonna sit with her. She's doing things out here in Hollywood and stuff.
Yes, she is.
But no, here's where I'm getting at. $19.99, me and Self Love, we're gonna find that alderman in his district. You guys think we're playing? We need you guys to subscribe so you can see us do it. We're gonna find that alderman. What, Tori? What'd you say?
I'm already identifying what's
See, he's already doing the research, and I'm going to fly to town, and we're gonna, whoever he is, y'all want to send him the link now,
or she,
and we're going to talk to him.
She
or she,
now.
Yes. So no, at $2,999, we're going to launch our mentor network. This is where we're going to start connecting the dots,
and we need you a part of that, brother.
That's why we're doing this, because these subscribers are real people who can actually facilitate some of this. This isn't just happenstance. At $3,999, I'm going to run a 3K for charity. I'm sure you like that, huh?
Yeah.
I'm going to run a 3K. You're looking at somebody who smokes sage all day, could barely get, 13 blocks before I calf, But this motivates me to get stuff off my bucket list done to improve my life, because you lead from the front. I can't ask my nation to do something that I'm not willing to do myself.
True.
At $4,999, Self Love and I are going down to the Delta. I've never been to the Delta. No.
Oh man,
we're going down
to
there
my land out there. That's man.
Yes, that's where I'm from. It's a damn shame I haven't been there.
My
At
land,
$5,999, we're going to the Nevada Resort. It's one of the places in the nation where they have the lowest light pollution. Right, and we're going to look at things. And
I like it.
Almost finished. 6,999. Self Love and I, we're going to go back to Africa.
Oh,
right. Africa itself, to the motherland, or is it? Self Love says we were already here, but if
my people was already here,
but everybody, but at some point, your people's people came from Africa.
From somewhere.
At some point,
according to science, we can debate that, because there's some.
I just think that it wasn't like all the land was one big mass and then it all split up. But that's just
there was someone that decided, some Muscovich, somebody or whoever decided that it was out of Africa, and it was for a reason, because the myth. Well, I'm not gonna go in. That's a different show. But the myth that they brought.
Let me finish these tiers. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead with the myth as I go through these tiers.
The myth that they brought all of us from here on sailboats is problematic at best, and just complete BS.
Facts. All right, come on. I'm hearing music in the production room. At $7.99, we're doing a rendezvous with Mothership
It's in Utah Resort. We're doing a rendezvous with the mothership. We're going to actually literally see the
y'all need to come
mothership
there because the mothership's coming. When we go
It's
there,
coming.
we got that.
Will she reveal herself to us? I don't know.
Yes.
She's revealed herself to me once.
Yes.
I've seen her.
She will when we have that.
Well, so this is what we're doing, Nope. So we can slide the boogie in here somewhere. So at $8.99, what's here, Self? $8.99. Oh, that's where we do our breakfast club. That's where we're going to get out there and feed a minimum of 999 young silverbacks food. You know, pass out vouchers to black businesses so they can go get breakfasts from black companies and talk to people. And then when we get to 9,999, that's where we all spark change. That's literally literally, it's proprietary, but literally, it's going to change the world.
And you're going to be a part of it.
That's right. And we talk on the Baphomets thing because, you know, small ups to the spooks. They know who we are. Let them investigate. No violence here. But Noop, that's it. So I know you got a role, but go ahead, Tori, if you had something. But show yourself
Well,
out.
I'll just say on the spooks, they've had us, well, at least me and Emil's in their eyesight for a long time.
Since 87. Yeah.
Yeah. And partially because, you know, we looked into them.
Yeah.
You know, via the movies or whatever, it was a decision to say, hey, maybe I should be a part of that.
I didn't look into them. I tested high and I was scoring high, and they sent me a letter to my family saying that they have a program and they were looking for people they can come out, they can go to college, they'll pay for your college, and when you come out, you get automatically second lieutenant commission in the I think it was the Army or the Navy. That's what they offered to me. I filled out 45 pages of shit with my whole family and my background and all of this. Yeah. And then they said, oh, well, you're only 17 years old and we can't take you. You're too young. Apply next year. So it's like, man, y'all are cabal and y'all didn't know how old I was. Like y'all couldn't do the math. So I was blown at that point. I never wanted to fuck with an organization that didn't know how old I was, you know, before sucking all this information out of me. That's how they approached me. So I never
I looked for the information freshman year, and I went in there and I filled out a whole lot of information and all that, and they were all at me. And then to the interview, and after they talked to me or whatever, they weren't interested.
You wonder how many people actually became CIA though, and what they're doing.
Yeah, you wonder.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes.
That's true.
You wonder. They were in our frat and in other frats. You know what I'm saying? You just really wonder, man. You just really, really wonder. So, but Noop, yeah, if you don't have nothing, man, I really thank you. And Self Love now, we could talk all day. And the CEO is home, and I got to get dinner going. So, you know how that goes.
I hear you. All right, Noop.
All right, Noop, love you, bro.
Yo, thank you so much.
Much appreciation, man. Thank you.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yo. Magnanimous, as we knew it would be when we scheduled this brother.
Yes.
Right?
Expansion is what we're about. And only way you can expand is to feel uncomfortable.
Facts.
And, you know, some of the things he said might make you feel uncomfortable. None of it made me feel uncomfortable at all.
It's coming from the thread of our ancestors.
Period.
Right? At some point, everything changed. Our whole narrative changed. You kind of went into it. It wasn't really our narrative. It was this alt-left type of feminist type of narrative, and it destroyed us.
It did. It allowed them to take the man out of our home while our counterparts got the same aid, but they man could be there because they were farming. And, you know, it's been taught to us, like scholars and Sherzad Ali has said that since '89. That was the first place I heard about that. Like the feminism was killing our families. And
man, I forgot to hit him with the quick hits. I know he would have said there's a God, but I wanted to ask him if he's seen anything supernatural or ever seen a UFO. I'll get that out of him, and we'll let Self Love Nation know. Has he ever seen an alien?
Oh, you gotta get it recorded. So you'll get it on Marco Polo.
I'll get it on Marco Polo. Yeah, you're right. So because we gotta get that
in. We gotta have that because that's important.
Ain't it? I wanted to hear his slant on those.
All of us man, it's dichotomy. So it's a lot of stuff is 50-50, but like most spirits that come here are leaning towards one direction, and it's more than 50-50 for most. So,
and that kind of leads us into the show tomorrow.
oh man,
yeah, if anybody's, we're going to talk about the mothership.
Yeah.
The aliens, and I don't know if you cats have been following it, but there's just been a rash of sightings. But I mean, just
man,
like every day
like,
now, bro.
It has been for a very long time, really.
True. But they haven't been putting it all over the news and having digital images and
they have
every
to
day
now, man. They have to, because it's it's the information age, and it's no longer in their control to control the information. So every day people have these devices, y'all know
Facts.
that has more computing power than they said got to the moon, and we would have got that from out of him too. I wish we would have got that, so we will get it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's going to say we went to the moon. He's one of those guys, but I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. And I was in a chat and I told somebody, well, then go back. And they were like, we have Apollo 18. No, stupid. Go back since the Apollo program. Yeah.
Go back since we have more computing
before I
power
was
in our
born.
phone.
Right. Since
No.
before, go back.
We can just go back to why we have more computing power than in our phone than they had to make that happen. So as soon as there, then you should be able to go back. What you dag nabbit.
Facts.
That rabbit.
Hey, no, I hear you, man. I hear you, bro. So tomorrow, we're going to tell some stories. And if you've had a close encounter, meaning you've seen the mothership or had some sort of alien encounter and you're willing to share it, we're going to need you to share it. Self Love and I were working diligently getting this uncut content out here, bringing the information. And so, this is something that's going to be important to our Black community. I want to pose a question. We are under an assumption if we do get attacked, which I don't believe we would really get attacked by aliens. We're under the assumption that every race of people in the world would bond as one, right? That's what they say, and start fighting against a common enemy. Well, why haven't we learned how to do that, Black people? I got reason to believe that the aliens will come down and I'll still be walking down the street and some nigga will be asking me where I'm from. And we got a big mothership up here killing people, and I'm still gonna have some nigga asking me what gang I'm in.
Interesting concept. Yeah, interesting concept.
So yes, we already have a common enemy that's strong, that's that we can identify, but yet we can't unify. What would make me think that we can do it if the aliens came?
Hopefully it would change the game.
Oh, there's that word, hope.
Hope, because that's all it could be. Because shit,
keep hope alive.
Niggas is
man. Them aliens that come down and get these niggas on your block a ray gun and some shiny alien crack and some alien weaponry and
can't account for
niggas. The aliens putting money on the street. I'm ripping the aliens. Niggas. You gotta get with the aliens. You gotta get with the aliens.
You can't deal with the level of niggas. That's
I'm
why
ripping the aliens. Where you from?
That's why we have to find like minds and get together and hold down ours. Period. And that's just the way it is, because niggas is gonna be niggas, and niggas don't come in any color, shade, or creed, or any of that. Niggas is niggas, and it just mean an ignorant motherfucker that's about themselves and not the collective. A nigga. And we're about building and growing and vibrating love and creating on a higher plane. That's what we're about.
Facts. And we're getting into Wordsmith's final words right now.
Man, the beauty of life is living. There are ups, there are downs. There are ways to get around. But there is nothing more important to being direct. Make sure what you have is what you want. No disrespect to people that don't know what they want and let somebody else pick for them. I understand that. But that's not me. I'm not the normal one. TATN is about lessons, not lectures. It's about truth, not conjecture. It's about the real perspective. Let's grow. Let's go.
Hold on. We're going to take this from the top. Yeah. The one thing, the way Biggie started this song, he could have, bro. And we got to hurry up because they're going to kick us off as far as the Biggie.
Yeah.
But
This album is dedicated
I know we
to
are.
all the teachers that
this what he said at the beginning?
to all the people that lived the
What's the real of
that
it?
I was hustling from, that called the police on me when I was trying to make
That's
some
why
ends feed my
motherfuckers felt
daughters.
him, and he was on
Yeah.
it. Period. He was on it from this.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was all a dream.
Yeah.
I used to read Word Up magazine.
Bullets of boomerang.
Stand your ground.
Hanging pictures on my wall. Every Saturday,
Murder is suicide.
Yeah. An eye for an eye.
Y'all seeing all this stupid stuff out here? Say something. Oh, silence is yeah, my fault. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yes. That part. Greed plus ego over fear is slavery.
Charity plus humility times love is freedom. Man, I don't answer no questions.
Well, I was gonna say, I don't care how sophisticated you might think you are. Many of us aren't. So it's not in our benefit to be answering questions. I hear you, Self, and I question everything, Noop. I question every motherfucking thing.
Yeah, because fear isn't a fucking illusion.
Absolutely. And you become aware of this when you vibrate love.
Man, forgiveness is the highest form. Charity, that love.
Facts. So do something charitable for your ops.
Man. In a lot of ways, hurt people.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Hurt people tend to hurt people more than healthy people tend to heal people. Something we gotta get a grip on.
Facts. That's the real deal of it. But you know what, man? We gotta free Jeff Fort.
Chief Malik, Angel. And while we at it, white supremacy. What y'all got Hoover in jail for? I know y'all checked on a whole lot of bullshit afterwards, but come on, man. Free Larry Hoover, man.
Free all the guys.
Because prison, according to the 13th Amendment, Google it right now. Prison is slavery. So when you look at
the high percentage of us being in jail, in prison, I apologize, in prison, right? It's us. We were being arrested for loitering, vagrancy. I'm talking about right when Reconstruction started, quote, end quote, Reconstruction. That's when they made up loitering. You can't
back into
arrest
slavery.
white people for standing around. How are you a free person if you can't be? What was that, self-love?
Said, man, that's how they put us in the prison in the first place. Put us right back into slavery. And hey, man, listen, I got something really to say. Need y'all to be in the space where you know we ain't dealing in belief. We're dealing in knowing. We're dealing in faith at its highest level. It ain't faith, it's knowing. You gotta be like Peter and walk on the water, but you gotta stand true and not fall through.
Facts. And while you at it, move them out.